is coming for the coders. It's not.
Good morning, traders. Anthony Cordelli here, and welcome to Ninja Trader Live here on this Thursday morning. Joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Schuchart.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Shai. And then our macro strategist, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
On the big screen, our guy, senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It's another fabulous day in the markets. Can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, metals, that's going to be the hot topic again today. Overnight, silver made a new all-time high. Gold continues its volatility as expected, right? I mean, I think that's where the volatility is. Index traders, not so much. Kind of boring at this moment, but still some opportunities. We see the traders that we've been watching every day during the live streams have been doing okay, not a ton, which is what they should be doing, being very patient. Again, we'll talk more about metals, bond market, indexes, but first, Shai, the news.
So, obviously, the government shutdown ends. Trump signed the bill last night. It did pass. That said, we are still going to be in a lull as far as data is concerned. We don't know exactly when we are going to get data out. All of the furloughed workers are expected to be back at work today, and they're going to start receiving back pay on Saturday. So we'll have some flows into the markets for 401ks and whatnot, and spending. We have the 25, apparently markets weren't that impressed with the opening. That was kind of already baked in the cake earlier this week. We have the 25 billion Bitcoin bet phrase as doubt hits big buyers. So Bitcoin's kind of been struggling here over the last few weeks after that kind of flash crash that happened. And what's kind of happening is the biggest buyers from like exchange traded funds, all the ETFs, to allocators, to corporate treasuries, have quietly stepped back, kind of depriving the market of flow-driven support that has helped propel the token to records earlier this year. We had Mark Thelen, Chief Executive Officer at 10X Research, said, at one point, the risk manager may step in and say, you need to eliminate or lighten your position. There's a risk that Bitcoin's going to continue to underperform because people need to rebalance their portfolio. So you probably need to buy more NVIDIA when you send out your statement to investors.
Buy more.
Moving on, I got to throw in some small caps because I love small caps, but we have earnings and M&A potential have small cap investors turning bullish. Obviously, for years, small caps haven't really lived up to their reputation for having high beta, especially when it comes to outperforming in boom times. But that is about to change. Analysts say as smaller companies set to deliver faster earnings growth than their larger counterparts, relatively cheap valuations may also touch off a wave of corporate deals that could boost the group. So keep an eye on small caps, RTY. Moving on, good news for coffee lovers. Bumper crops are going to ease cocoa and coffee prices. So cocoa and coffee prices are expected to decline next year as bumper harvests boost global surpluses, according to Rabobank. Bad news is, or good news if you're trading, corn and wheat prices have been rather depressed all year, but they say that corn and wheat prices are projected to rise due to shrinking inventories and an uptick in demand into 2026. So maybe some opportunities there in the market. And then October jobs data and CPI data unlikely to be released, the White House says. Now, Catherine Levitt, the White House Caroline Levitt, White House press secretary, said yesterday that we are probably not going to get CPI or non-farm for the entire month of October. Not delayed, not getting it at all. So we'll see if that
That's unbelievable.
if that happens at all. Some are kind of saying maybe they'll kind of put 2 months of data in together.
Blending them now?
But you're going to have a really big problem with CPI, because CPI is really how they collect the data.
Yeah, how could they not give that number?
They can't, because really they literally have a guy going out and looking at prices in grocery stores, right? And you can't really time travel backwards and go look at what the prices were. So we're probably going to have.
There's actually some dude out there like going.
They do, yeah.
Wait. Oh man, it depends what store you're in. I mean, this is just come on, man.
It's that antiquated, yes. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
But we're definitely not getting a CPI today or PPI tomorrow. We know that for a fact. We have commodities have started to break higher. This is very interesting. It's led by precious metals and industrial metals, obviously, but it's breaking out levels we haven't seen since 2023 in the Bloomberg Commodity Index, which is actually tradable in futures. So we'll have to check to see if we have that, but CME Group has the futures on that market, but that is starting to break out. We talked about how some of these other commodities that have been sort of laggards this year, including grains, WTI, et cetera, may be the story for next year, and so very interesting for the commodity markets. And last but not least, true to 2018, when China agreed to purchase a ton of soybeans from the U.S. It appears that this has stalled out. Despite the trade truce that we're having, they are not ordering what they were. They had a flurry of orders for last month. They have nothing for this month, so we'll see what happens with that. But this is kind of a repeat of what we saw in 2018 too, when they had a trade truce and China agreed to buy a bunch of grains from the U.S. and that never manifested itself. So this looks like a repeat of 2018, but we'll see.
So a couple things. I like to always digest Shai's news in the morning and see what theme is building, right? I've always looked at myself as someone who likes to build a theme, see what's happening in the news, not get too entrenched into any single one headline, but like what's the theme that's building? Commodities. I mean, next year, I really do think energy and commodities come alive again. You're going to have a new Fed chair who's going to want to cut rates, but what I keep sniffing out in these themes, inflation.
Yep.
It just feels like that's what's coming. I mean, I'm not saying it is, but to me, it's like the next wave of buying is going to be coming into those areas. It's going to be coming into corn. It's going to be coming into beans. I'm looking at the chart. It's probably going to be coming into crude oil. We don't know, but it feels like it. Crude is not doing what those other commodities are. But nonetheless, when I look at crude, I'm like, wash it out just one time. I'd like to see a stop run from everyone sitting in it this year and then buy it. What were you going to say, Jimmy?
But Deli, so last night I sent Shai a text. I said, "Am I a loser for wanting to buy crude at 58.30?" And she wrote back, "No. Look at us go now. We're what are we, 58.99." It's a good trade still, crude.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to be really patient, and although it's not doing a lot, I like any sort of washout lower buys. But again, I mean, I don't think these are stories that are going to end this year. They're not for today, but these are things I think we build on to the next year, and I can't take my eye off of what's going to be what I think potentially could change. That's just all I'm saying.
No, and I think the administration is becoming more tolerant and recognizing the slowdown in the economy. They're talking more about it more publicly. Hassett and Bessent are saying that the economy is slowing. They're blaming it on the government shutdown, but it's clear that the administration is more sensitive to this, and they're going to come up with different ways to try to put more money into people's pockets for next year, however they can, whether it's $2,000 checks, whether it's 50-year mortgages, whether it's a variety of other things in order to improve the polling data, in order to improve the Republicans' chances for 2026. So, right now the low-end consumer is really struggling, and, giving them money, I guess, will help to some degree, but it's inflationary, right? And so that's the dynamic that's going to be in play for next year. And with respect to the Fed, This Fed it currently exists is trying to push back, right? We're basically down to, nearly a 50-50 chance for a rate cut in December. There was even Susan Collins yesterday, another voter, basically said not in favor of a December cut at this point in time. But we know this Fed is never going to hike rates again, right? I mean,
Not this Fed. Yeah.
Even the next, the next Fed is not the next Fed. That's what I mean. The next Fed, the Trump head at the Fed, is never going to raise, not never, but for the most part, is not going to be raising rates.
Stay Fed chair.
Despite this inflationary pressure that is going to be developing if we start to do more deficit spending, if we start to give more money back to people again, so you're going to have an environment where the Fed's going to try to keep policy looser later, and so that has implications for the dollar, has implications for gold, commodities. And we'll see what it means for society and the economy if the government and the Fed is willing to tolerate more like 3 to 4 to 5% inflation in the second half of next year, as opposed to the 2 to 3 that maybe we've been in lately.
Yep. It just feels like they're losing their relevance. It's kind of what I see. I mean, when you look at what's going on here, we were held by the 2% inflation that's got thrown out the window. Now we're, toss up at the end of the year. It's the Fed to me is now, I know we talk a lot about it and we focus on it, but markets are going to do what they're going to do.
I mean, gold at 4,200 is kind of telling you what it thinks about the Fed, right?
Right.
I mean, so
that's the bottom line.
And I think we're going to see, more of that pressure next year. The question is, will inflation be a kitchen table issue for voters next year? I think that's a big deal. The administration will have to be sensitive toward that. If we're talking about mid-single digit inflation, in October of next year, I don't think Republicans are going to have a shot. So the government needs to be sensitive to that. But I think this administration is looking to run the economy hot. They're going to look to run the economy hot. AI capex is going to be a boom. We're going to bring back these jobs. Everyone's going to be okay, and we'll try to strong arm utilities and other companies from really pushing the pedal on prices to the extent we can. That's what the administration will try to do, and we'll see how successful they can be. Trump will be bringing CEOs into the White House and yelling at them to not raise prices, but it's going to be difficult.
He's always got something up his sleeve. We'll see what he does in this situation. It gets, again, I think next year it brings a lot of different themes that are not in play this year. I think equities, again, I don't want to get too far ahead. My mind doesn't even work that far ahead in equities anyway, but I just do think that you're going to see a lot more volatility than you're seeing. But for today, for now, let's get into that a little bit. I think that these markets are still slow, steady, grindy, higher. And this year's theme is not over yet, and who knows. Again, a lot could happen going into next year.
And
go ahead,
just
Shai.
one more thing really fast, because everybody is kind of looking for outside data for CPI because, well, we're not getting it from the government. So Apollo had a report out that said, using their metrics, looking at annualized month-over-month growth rates show that 55% of the items in the CPI basket are growing faster than 3%. So they do see inflation rising.
Well, I mean, yeah, but no, thanks. I mean, it's happening. I mean, that's what I'm saying with this whole Fed situation gets real interesting. Jimmy, let's go over the tape a little bit. S&P down $13, 68.62.5 this morning. NASDAQ 25,575, down off close to 50. Russell's down 10, 24.49. Dow is down 72. Recently made a new all-time high in the Dow, 48,298, where it sits today. Natural gas pulls back just ever so slightly this morning, down 27.6 at 4.506. Heating oil up modestly, 2.48, and then we've got crude oil, 58.96. Again, crude oil down a little bit earlier. You're starting to see a little bit of the dip buyers come in. Again, only in the mid-50s. You're seeing no follow-through to the upside when we get into the low 60s. Again, if you're short-term day trading, be patient with it. Don't chase rallies in crude. I don't see it yet. Again, I think that story is going to continue to brew. Where the volatility really is, gold up $19 this morning, 42.32.5 up. I mean, again, it's not far. What is the all-time high? I'll ask Jimmy what it is. I think it's like, it's getting, I think it was like 43.90 or something, 93. Anyway, we're keep knocking on the door. Silver makes a new all-time.
43.98.
Is that what it was? 98. Silver, 53.60 right now, up 1/4%, but took out the recent all-time highs, new all-time high in silver. Dr. Copper is up 29.6 this morning at 5.13, and platinum is up $7.50 at 16.38. Metals are where it's at, folks. Metals are where it's at. That's where the volatility is, and I think continues to stay that way.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's set in stone that gold makes a new all-time high this year. It's so volatile. I would be a little more surprised that it doesn't. I think it's a nice two-way tape that still leans bullish, but it's tradable. And remember, traders, micros, 1 ounce gold. Again,
A lot of choices.
a lot of choices. Bonds this morning down again. I mean, this is what I said yesterday, even with PAX. It's like I'm bullish bonds, but it's like, man, they are not going to make this easy. There's too many things going on with inflation. I mean, the bonds are not going to just rally straight up from here. It's going to be a grindy, choppy, probably rally, just because we know, like you said, the Fed is going to be cutting rates, and I think we'll see what the data does. That will be obviously the main driver, whatever data we do get. But nonetheless, the bond market to me, it's not a great trade for day traders right now. I like to buy the dips on it, but I would not be buying into rallies. And this morning, dollars down across the board with some currencies. Slight bit of weakness in the dollar. Bitcoin is at 103.170. ETH is sitting right at 3,500. Yeah, I mean, just go over some bond prices. Ultras are 121.06. ZB is 117.10. 117.11 now. And 10s is 112.27. Jimmy, what'd you see in the tape?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the U.S. dollar. I was looking at the dollar index again this morning. I have Blake Morrow in my head right now at Forex Analytics, but we've kind of been in this a long, August, September. We're back in the August, September, October channel now from the U.S. dollar. We tried to break out to the upside. This is the dollar index futures, everybody. We tried to break back. We did break back down into that long-term channel. And if you remember, before August, we were trading a lot lower on the dollar index, right? And then we just boom hit this long-term kind of area of resistance here. Popped into this consolidation channel, tried to break out to the upside, and then kind of just sold back off into that. So this might be the new paradigm for a little bit, a little while longer. And we're tracking between 99.44-ish down to 98.40. So that was top of mind for me this morning. And then just to follow up on the bond trade, I mean Deli, you're exactly right. I mean, we tried to break out. We did have a higher close yesterday than I expected. We were right above that area of resistance, but not high enough for me to say, all right, now we're off to the races. We're moving on up. And today, early indications are, we're going to come back down to the middle of this consolidation range, probably closer to that 117 even handle, maybe even lower than that. So it lost its steam in just one session for some reason. And I'll talk about the 10-year auction in the Edge report today to kind of go over the appetite for the longer end of the yield curve.
Yeah, I mean, the bonds they're just dead right now. I mean, again, there's too many crosswinds.
Yep.
Right? I mean, inflation keeps brewing, and we don't have data. Feds was 100% in December, down to a coin toss now. Anything around 50%, even if it's 60, 70%, that's still a coin toss as far as I'm concerned. I still think they're going to cut, but I mean, that's just me. But again, why run away from here is the way I look at it.
Supreme Court stuff too is also, it's a difficult trade. It's hard to get a lot of direction there. I think. With the pace of the economy likely continuing to slow, I suspect there'll be that kind of latent bid. But when you have that exogenous risk out there from the Supreme Court hearing, it's going to make it hard because we don't exactly know when that headline's going to hit. Probably sometime in December, and the momentum on that is trending in the wrong direction for the administration. So a loss of tariff revenues and the impact on the budget, should be bad for bonds, bad for the long end. The other thing on the long end is we're seeing this increase in supply from corporates, right? The investment grade market has been getting hit pretty good from all this AI CapEx debt that's being raised and will continue to be raised for next year. So, more pressure out on duration, just kind of keeping the long end of it softer.
Yeah, no doubt. I want to say good morning to the chat. Engineer Bear, we got Flapay Dirt 99, 999. It's almost enjoyable for me to butcher these names, and they probably think I'm nuts. Cooper 7, My Serona, dang, thought for sure he'd be the first one in there. Dude, you're not beating Engineer Bear in there. There's no way. I mean, he's just an OG, man. I mean, you're an OG too, but Engineer Bear, he's always first in. Paulie, Music City Trader. Let's see who else we got in here today. We got Adam. We've got Lee B Trading. We got, hey, good morning. Somebody said good morning from Italy. Yeah, I had my double espresso. I wish I was there with you. We got Selma today. Yeah, let's talk about the lineup. So we've got Selma in here today with Nick and Leo. All right. And then we've got Mark Making Sense. If you haven't followed him on Twitter, I don't know where you've been. I've been following. He's one of my first follows.
Me too.
I mean, can't wait to have Mark on here. Talk about OGs. I mean, I had Mark on the podcast years ago. Just a great guy. Speaks really clear about what's happening with the economy. I think you guys are all going to really enjoy hearing from Mark today. And again, we've got Selma joining the midday crew, and then we've got Chris and XY. So exciting stuff throughout the morning as well. Again, Chad, hit like and subscribe. Never miss an episode of Ninja Trader Live here in the morning
We'll have
with
to
us.
see XY just back from Japan. We'll have to see if he got a watch.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if he got a watch. Let's see if he grew his hair out a little bit. We'll see if he's got some sort of new robe he's wearing. I mean, there's all sorts of things that could be going on here. With just a few minutes left before we get to this morning's Edge Report, Craig, where are we within the options market? Like we always talk about, what you're seeing there. Equities, again, we talk about the slow grinding market.
Yeah.
Anything, popping out at you?
That's what we're in. We're in a positive gamma environment right now into expiry, fixed expiry next Wednesday, regular expiry next Friday. One of the dynamics we got to think about is NVIDIA does report next week on the 19th after the close. So that's a big deal, right? I mean that's 7-8% of the S&P. So there'll be some dynamic in play there. But broadly, positive gamma regime right now means we're just kind of grinding. Dealers are selling into strength, and so it compresses the volatility. And as the volatility falls, then the vol control funds have to re-engage, re-lever exposures, and so you kind of been in this grind up higher tape with a lot of dispersion, a lot of idiosyncratic stuff. So like this morning, Cisco up a ton, has a little bit of a bid into the NASDAQ names, so IWMs will underperform, right? It's that kind of dynamic with this gradual, move higher here until we move those positions off the board at the end of next week. So no fireworks there right now, but NVIDIA will be a big deal, and there'll be a ton of options going on for that.
I was going to say, I'm looking at the most traded options right now. It's a ton of calls for NVIDIA right now, gold and
Ton of calls, huh?
ton of calls for NVIDIA and gold.
Yeah.
But
GLD.
I think NVIDIA, not surprisingly, that'll set the tone for whether or not we have a proper Santa Claus rally, or if there's coal in the stockings, right? I mean, it's the themes of AI. If NVIDIA delivers and there's follow through, people will feel very comfortable saying, I'm sticking with this theme through the end of the year. I'm not selling these winners. I'll deal with that in January. Those divergence trades are probably staying there. But, if there's a hiccup there, if there's some, indication that there's a slowdown, we mentioned the Microsoft CEO comments from a couple of weeks ago about, they have inventory that they don't really need as much anymore. If that dynamic starts to, show itself, we've already been talking about the narrative shifting. It could be a little bit of a rug pull. So it's going to be, it's going to be the Super Bowl of earnings for this year, next Wednesday after the close. I think.
Yeah, I mean, they're always one of the last, if not the last, or the last big name.
Yeah.
So definitely going to be all eyes on it. Somebody in chat's talking about understanding positive gamma versus negative gamma. Give a quick explanation of that before we hop to break.
Yeah, real quick. It's just this dynamic of how dealers are forced to, dealers are hedging positions, right? They are the receivers of positions, and so to the extent that more calls than puts, let's say, in a dynamic they'll be selling into that in an environment where there's negative gamma. Dealers are trading with the tape. So it's not necessarily a directional call. It's more of, are dealers supporting the markets with their hedging, or are they balancing the markets with their hedging? And so in a positive gamma regime, they are a suppressing force. And in a negative gamma regime, they're an accelerating force. And so right now in a positive gamma regime, they're the way positions are, they're able to sell into strength, and they buy weakness. And in a negative gamma regime, they sell weakness and then they buy strength. And so they exacerbate the move. So a calmer environment when we're in a positive gamma regime.
Yeah, simplest thought process I have when I hear about positive gamma or negative gamma is that I know if they were grinding higher and it's positive gamma, you're not going to have a runaway grind higher. They're not going to buy into it. And so I look at it and go, if you're a short-term day trader, you can trade the edges a little bit more. It might almost look like a bell curve. although they might stay a little bit more steadily bid. So I'd still be more on the buy side, less on the short side, but know that it's more contained. And if you want to trade the edges with a tight stop, you can. Negative gamma, you don't want to be trading the edges. It's more of a breakout type market. And I'm going to tell you this too.
In either direction.
In either direction. And I talked to this with Pax about it before. And I told Pax, I said, your opening range moves work so much. I wouldn't say better, but I've noticed like these really strong moves when it's an opening range lower high in a negative gamma. That's when he's had like these big days. Because I look at it, if it's opening range high or low and it breaks, it's like ding, 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 ding. It hits like 3 or 4
Right.
Pax's numbers. It still does that sometimes in positive gamma, of course, because we're in positive gamma more than not. But nonetheless, it's just one of those things. I think everybody, if you, depends on what type of strategy you have, knowing that environment could help you become a better executor of your trades. But enough of that. We'll talk more about it. Great question, by the way. It's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the 10-year notes. We had that auction. The latest auction results were into paraphrase Poi Dog pondering, lackluster. I mean, we had high yield at 4.074%, but there was a zero point 0.6 basis point tail, meaning the Treasury Department had to pay up a little bit. Bid to cover ratio was less than average at 2.43. Primary dealers, which this is actually a good stat, was a little bit light at 10.45%. Direct bidders were solid domestic demand. Indirect, solid foreign demand. So a little bit of a mixed bag there. The needle didn't move a lot. We ended up with the doji yesterday, but today we're kind of selling back off here on the 10-year notes. We're below that 8 EMA, but the EMAs are all super, super tight. And this range is pretty solid. 113 handle at the top, at the bottom 112. Spot 1 at the bottom. So we're kind of in this really nice range. And I would even make that a little bit tighter here. So a little bit sloppy, not much digestion from the auction yesterday, right at a 38.1% retracement. That's what's going on with that part of the yield curve. I want to point out Bitcoin, though. Bitcoin really has something interesting brewing here. Antonio Acosta actually pointed it out to me. Let's get my data popping up here in a second. And, I have a MACD at the bottom of my daily chart. Let me open this up a little bit. So Bitcoin, clear descending triangle type of behavior. Now, over the last 6 or 7 days, we're kind of range bound. The bottom of the channel is around 100,000. The top is around 106.5. But we do have a little bit of divergence from the MACD and the trend. And oftentimes traders see that price kind of follows the oscillator when you have these divergences. So that's a little bit of a bullish possibility there for the Bitcoin. The intraday, we have a lot of targets, right? We have a really kind of sloppy volume profile right now. We sold off after the London initial balance. We didn't quite get to that one-day max, that Menthor Q one-day max at 104.445. But should this thing turn around, that's certainly a target. And if we break out and do make new highs, that R1 is also right above that at 815. And then all sorts of JAX levels, JAX 8, JAX 10, JAX 10, 6, all the way up to 106,000. On the downside, we have we just broke through that session VWAP right now. We'll see if we get that confirmation candle. I'm looking at a 30-minute candle right now. A lot of blind spots down here as well with the JAX level down at 102,000. And below that, we have that call resistance level. And these are the big levels. The call resistance levels are pretty big, around 101,000, and then all sorts of targets below here. A little weird wick here. I don't know. I'm going to kind of discount that a little bit, but again, look at that VWAP. See if we generate volume below that VWAP, and it'll suggest sellers are in charge. Let's shoot over to silver, though. Silver is an interesting story today. Let's go charts. There we go. On the daily chart, I mean, we're ripping higher. I mean, there's no question about it. This fib line is ridiculous. There's no retracement whatsoever. A previous high close was at 53 29.5, and we've achieved that and then some yesterday by a tad, and today we're getting that a little bit of an additional reach. We got a probe all the way up here around 54 spot 39. So this is also in a bullish mood right now for the silver market. And just looking intraday, we haven't achieved that 1-day max, and I know we're selling off a little bit. We're right by that VWAP here. We're just tagging that JAX 1. That's the big gamma level, JAX 1 right now. Literally just about to touch it. Call resistance is a little lower at 53 dollars. Up on the top side, the London initial balance kind of defined the top of the action today. JAX 4 right above that at 54.50, and then that 1-day max again. Should we get a breakout to the upsides on my radar screen? 54 spot 70. Should we break down completely here? That 1-day min. This is the important kind of a trend level. Intraday 52 spot 145. So there's all sorts of great targets here in the silver market. We'll see what happens. Right now, really nice point of control, but we're a little bit south of that right now. So we'll see what happens with regular trading hours. And I think really quickly, I just wanted to show the crude. I literally did text Shai last night, and I was like, at 58.30, is this a good idea? And she said absolutely. And look what happened. I mean, this was a really, really nice move overnight. Remember, you could trade these micros in almost 24 hours a day, or the classic almost 24 hours a day. But look at all the separation between VWAP and price right now. This is accelerating. This is a really nice orderly rally after we had this big bump up here around between 5 and 5:30, and we're just tracking up really nicely here. That's the previous IB high. We have the pivot, and then we have that 1-day max, and I'll just kind of outline the 1-day max. 59.55. So again, we have some targets on the upside here. Crude is on the move. I'd like to see some volume accumulate a little bit higher here, though, because most of the volume is small case B-shaped distribution overnight. That is the Edge report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
So we have Mark Chandler. He's been covering global markets for, 30 plus years. He is currently managing director and chief market strategist at Bannock Burn Capital Markets. He wrote a book called Making Sense of the Dollar in 2009 and has been on, every media channel you could possibly think of. So looking forward to talking to him this morning about markets and the dollar.
Let's bring in Mark. Mark, good morning.
Good morning.
Great to have you here. It's been a minute.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. I think this is the first time I'm on the show, though. Of course, I'm familiar with many of your work, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, great to have you here. Let's talk about the dollar. Earlier this year, we had a lot of people coming on talking about the trade of getting out of dollars and getting into other things, gold, Bitcoin, indexes. Really, that was a big theme early on in the year. We've had some of those people back as of late, and a lot of them are saying, yeah, that's kind of changed. What are your thoughts just on the overall market environment that we're in right now?
Yeah, sure. So thanks. One of the things I really like about foreign exchange is that you don't have to have many ideas, in the sense that in my career, which I think Shai mentioned, goes back to right after the Plaza Agreement, which was done in 1985. I think I've seen 3 big dollar rallies, including that one, in my career. And I think that the latest dollar rally, I'm looking at, the dollar index for the sake of an argument, the dollar index peaked 3 years ago. And so I think that was the end of the 3rd big dollar rally we've had since the end of Bretton Woods, and we're working our way lower. And I don't think that I think that the sell-off in the first part of the year was partly an adjustment to the new president, and I think that we didn't really see foreign investors leave the U.S. market. It wasn't like there was a capital strike. I think the most compelling data from the Bank for International Settlements suggests what was really going on was that foreign investors were hedging their dollar exposure but kept the underlying assets. I think that what we've had since sort of middle of the year or so has been just a really a dead cat bounce in the dollar. It's been prolonged, but we haven't even met the 38.2% retracement of this year's dollar decline, which I think comes in a little bit of parity above par. I think maybe it's 101.50 or something like that, where the retracement comes in. And so I think that, now, it's funny, last weekend, my weekly notes said the dollar's bounce, which has really been since September 17th, when the euro made its high for the year. That was when the Fed cut interest rates, and that so the dollar's rally since September 17th, I thought, is looking tired, and yet over the weekend, the FT, the Financial Times, had an article quoting a lot of people saying the dollar's downtrend is over. I think the dollar's downtrend is going to be a multi-year phenomenon. I think we've only seen the first down payment towards it in the first part of this year.
So what would be, let's call it, the top 3 areas you think that benefit from the weak dollar?
Yeah, I mean, it's strange because I don't think that there's such a strong correlation between the dollar and other assets. Of course, we've seen the stock market rally in a weak dollar environment. We've seen it rally in a soft dollar environment. I'm thinking that the driver of the weak dollar is going to be a weakness of the U.S. economy, and the fact that while we've been on hold for most of this year, the Federal Reserve, has been on hold most of this year, other central banks look like they're done or nearly done. That would include the ECB. Today, I think we had stronger than expected Australian jobs data. The market says that the RBA is done. The Bank of Canada has hinted that they're done. And so I think, of course, we could see the Bank of England cut rates a couple times next year, but I think the big mover is going to be the Federal Reserve. And I don't think it's so much because of a new Fed chairman. I think it's because the economy is weakening, and I think that many of the Fed officials want to look through the current tariff increases they see in CPI. I think that the rule of thumb right now, or the estimate, the consensus estimate, is something like that CPI has been elevated by as much as 0.7%. Remember, we're at 3%, so you subtract that 0.7, say tariff related, and you get something much closer to the Fed's target.
And I kind of want to, since you brought up the Fed, let's talk about the Fed. We have the December cut, which was pretty much baked into the cake, is now kind of a 50-50 chance. And so, and the fact we've had a shutdown and don't really have some of, CPI and the non-farm payrolls, what kind of data are you looking at that may force either hawkish or dovish shift to your base case on what the Fed is going to do?
I think that the Fed is going to, I lean towards the Fed staying pat in December. I think that we've seen already yesterday I think we had 6 Fed officials speak. We have a few more today. I count at least 4 who are now saying that they don't want to cut rates in December. I think partly it's sort of like what happens when we're driving, it's foggy out or it's dark out, we tend to go a bit slower. And I think that even some of the doves, like the Chicago Fed president, seems to be wanting to stand pat. So my sense would be that the criticism right now is that with the government shutdown, we're not getting any data. The Fed's got to fly blind. I think that overstates the case. I find that the ADP data, the private sector jobs estimate from the ADP, has been very good tracking, say, on the average this year compared to the BLS private sector jobs estimate. So I think the ADP gives us fairly good insight. But of course, what's happened, early in my career, we would look at things like corrugated cardboard shipments or Christmas wrapping paper orders to get a handle on non-government data that sheds light on the broader economy. And we continue to do that. We look at Boeing orders, right, to try to get a handle on durable good orders. The ADP, but also the regional Fed offices also have lots of economic data themselves. I think about I use regularly the GDP tracker from the Atlanta Fed. There's wage trackers, there's employment trackers. So I don't think the Fed's completely flying blind. And I do think that we have seen some deterioration in the labor market. And I think that's what drives the Fed right now. I don't think the Fed's accepting 3% inflation. I don't think that the Fed has changed its inflation target. I think that it's trying to balance its other mandate of full employment and sees deterioration in the labor market. And I think the Fed wants to avoid being blamed for a recession.
Yeah, that makes sense. And what are your thoughts? How does gold fit into this whole picture? Right, we saw it was very frothy. Um, we saw a sell-off, 400 bucks or so. Now we're rallying back quite quickly. So, where does gold fit into this whole picture?
I think that I think that earlier when I was listening to the show, I think someone had said that gold is a vote about Fed policy and its sort of dovish leanings. I don't really see it that way. I think gold is not about us. It's not a U.S. centric story so much right now. I think what we've seen happening is central banks have diversified into gold. We know it's not just China either. The central bank that has bought more gold this year than China has been Poland. And Poland is clearly a NATO member. It's a U.S. ally. It's not buying gold because it's pissed at the United States or that it's in some kind of Cold War. I think that they are doing what I think many other central banks think is prudent, and that's just boosting gold as a percentage of overall reserves. And so I think that, and it's not just the central banks like Poland and China, and Brazil, but it's also, I think, people like us. I mean, I typically don't trade gold, but there's a trend. And I've been able to benefit from that. And so I think there's also a retail pouring into it, underweighted, American investors underweighted into gold. And we see a powerful trend. And we see this macro story. And so I think, regardless of one's Fed's views, I think that just sort of market savvy, trend followers, momentum followers have to be long gold and silver for that matter.
Yeah, silver new all-time highs last night. I'm going to go to the chat for a question, Shai. I love this question. It's from Rai Chef. Again, I butcher their names. Apologies. I don't think the Treasury Department. So let me see. No, not that one. Let me see. Oh, I have a question for Mark. Same guy. Do you think that the dollar index, DXY index, is a fair representation of the dollar's power in comparison to other currencies as a whole?
Well, it's funny about the dollar index. When the dollar index was first launched by the New York Cotton Exchange, I was working at Dean Witter at the time, which was owned by Sears and part of the Allstate group that they had at the time. And I helped market the dollar index when it was first launched. But I think it's what makes it useful, I think, is it's tradable. You can see it every day. It's an index, and two of the U.S.'s largest trading partners aren't even included in it. I'm thinking there of Mexico and China, but I think it's just a broad measure. I think that one of the problems I had with it is what sort of spurred me to create, since joining Bannockburn, a GDP weighted currency index, top 12 countries, top 12 economies. So the Eurozone counts as just one currency. I think that's a fairer measure. But the ironic thing about this Bannockburn World Currency Index, this GDP weighted, 12 countries, high incomes, 6 emerging market countries, is it's highly correlated to the dollar index. I think when the Federal Reserve thinks about the dollar, though, they look at the real broad trade weighted index. So real meaning adjusted for inflation, broad meaning it includes the U.S. major trading partners. And there, I think the rule of thumb, given that we think of the U.S. as being such a free trading country, but our imports plus exports as a percentage of GDP, which is sort of one way to measure the openness of an economy, we're relatively closed. That is, we don't really export as much as many other countries, and so I think that the rule of thumb is something like a 10% move in this broad trade-weighted index that the Federal Reserve uses is worth about a 1% change in interest rates. And so I think that is a much better measure for the economic impact of the dollar than the dollar index. But I like the dollar index because it trends. And by trending, it means that our trend tools that we use, like say a simple moving average crossover system, say 5 and 20 day, works better on the index, which is much smoother and trending than individual currencies.
Yeah, I want to ask you just about two quick questions before we go. We've only got a little over a minute left, but two markets that I watch regularly, if you take out the euro, are the yen and the Swissy. Any thoughts on what you're seeing in the yen as it continues to break to new lows, and what your thoughts are on the Swissy versus the dollar?
years of sticking with the yen, I find that I begin with like bottom up with like facts, relationships, not so much economic theory. But I know that economic theory tells us that we should be looking at interest rate differentials. But when it comes to dollar yen, I find that over time, the most steady relationship is between the US 10-year yield and dollar yen. I think that's being obscured right now because of the change in Japanese politics. And the Japanese Minister of Finance has been using these code words to warn against continued pressuring the yen lower. Use words. And the key word, the key phrase here is watching with urgency. And I think they're wasting their breath. I think that the risk of intervention is very low. I think the BOJ could have raised interest rates last month. And I think that what they're afraid of, they don't have to ask U.S. for permission to intervene. But I think that if they were to intervene, we'd have somebody like Treasury Secretary Bessent sort of complaining about the intervention and really undermining it with his own commentary. So on dollar yen, I'd say watch a 10-year yield. Swiss is interesting because, the Swiss overnight interest rate's at 0. The 2-year note yield is minus 20 basis points. They meet next month, and there's a lot of people in the market betting that they're going to cut interest rates to the policy rate would be cut back below 0. I think that's not likely. I think that their first line of defense is going to be intervention on the cross against the euro. I think the Swiss franc benefits from this sort of perceived safe haven, but it really is the unwinding of carry trades. Instead of being short Swiss against, say, Mexican pesos, people are doing better being short the dollar against the Mexican peso, or even the yen against the peso, or Latin American currencies in general.
And we got to end it there. How about an education on currencies? My man, Mark Chandler. Mark Making Sense on X. Been following you for over a decade. One of my first follows. One of the first people I know putting commentary out on X, formerly known as Twitter. About all of these financial markets that we follow. Mark,
thank you.
Great to have you here, man. Can't wait to have you back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck to everybody.
An OG, one of the nicest guys, and really one of the smartest
Yeah.
guys. He's just such a great guy.
And he puts out a report every morning. It's free. Go look him up on X, and really interesting stuff.
I'm so glad you asked that question in chat. It was a great question. Anytime you guys have questions in chat, put them in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll get them to these guests. Shai, any final thoughts before we head into the
So no
morning?
quiet day. We don't have data, obviously. We were supposed to have jobless claims and CPI. That is not happening. We will have natural gas and crude inventories. Crude was moved because we had the holiday on Tuesday. So we'll have natural gas at 10:30. At 11, we'll have crude inventories if you are trading those products.
All right, Shai. See you in chat.
Thank you.
All right. Spring and Farm. Good morning.
Good morning, Deli. How we doing?
Doing good. I'm going to jump right into the charts today, and let's take a look at what we have here. I was actually looking at, I'm going to pull up the yen here in just a second. And so, man, I know that you're going to go over the indexes, so I'm not going to go over the indexes. I might touch a little bit on them, but it's really a market of markets, and I want people to open their eyes to all these other markets, because I do think that the indexes, again, that's mostly what everyone's trading when they're coming on the live stream here. There are other markets that are trending, and if you like trending markets, I have to show you the yen. I mean, the yen has just been continuing to trend lower. It's one of those markets where once it gets kind of on a trend with fundamentals, it just stays very steady. You could see it staying below the 8-day moving average. What I noticed this morning was that the bottom Bollinger Band was starting to get a little bit flat, and typically that means mean reversion. It's not there yet. I would watch this thing. If it starts to take out the low, a lot of times when I see like this kind of stutter step in this scenario, all of a sudden you could see almost like a capitulation type move lower. But if it doesn't happen, and the next couple of days, I'd watch for the yen of almost some sort of mean reversion back up. I'd like to see that Bollinger Band come literally right back up. Almost looks something like this. I'll take like a circle to show you what I would like to see. So if you just imagine the bottom of the Bollinger Band coming up in there, similar to what you saw here. So it's the same type of scenario. If you look at it here, we went down, we squeaked out a little bit of a lower low, and you can see how the Bollinger Band started to come back up. You had a mean reversion couple of days, right? and then eventually it ended up going back down. But that's what I look for in the same type scenario. If it doesn't take out this low in the next day or so, I think you get a mean reversion back up into this area. If it does take it out, I think it heads right back down to, probably this old Bollinger Band peak. It's been oversold for a while, which I actually think is not an opportunity to be long. I actually like that as a market to continue to trend. I think when they look at RSI, too many people look at the first touch of RSI, it's oversold, it should rebound. I actually think the opposite. I think when we see markets sitting in oversold territory in RSI, I like to sell every bounce I can because I think that markets stay oversold for so much longer or overbought, especially if you're trading NASDAQ, it stays overbought for way longer. So that's just something that I look at. But if it does start to come out of there and the Bollinger Band comes back up, I like it as a mean reversion environment. I want to go to silver as well. Silver made a new all-time high, but what was interesting to me when I saw it this morning is you're not seeing volatility expansion in Bollinger Bands. What do I mean by that? 20 period, 3 standard deviation Bollinger Band. See how this Bollinger Band peak up here after we made this high? The market goes up with velocity and you don't have a higher Bollinger Band peak. And you don't have a daily close back up before the Bollinger Band was flat. So it's not closing up in here and showing range expansion. Careful with silver here now. Run the stops back in the body of the recent range. Careful in this thing today, trying to pick bottoms. Although I think that silver probably continues its rally higher at some point. For today, we're talking, going to be struggling. I think you look at the previous day's highs, if it can't, or the previous two highs along back here and the previous day's high, if it can't get back above it, I think silver struggles. If it gets back above it, watch for range expansion in Bollinger Bands, and maybe we get a decent move back up and new highs, and the range expands. But I think right now it's taking a breather. Last thing I want to talk about is the bonds. Bond market, as I've said, I actually think that more and more people should be looking to trade treasuries and bonds as well. I think that these markets, when they are moving, when data starts to come back out again, I think that they're great trades. Historically, for me, some of the best days I've had have been when I've traded S&P and 10-year on the data points, and then S&P's more after the data points. And it's just those markets. It's a market that's really, it's got a much thicker book. And when you get a data point, and you have some key areas that you're watching for, you get volatility in a market that you don't normally get. So you can get really close to some edges you never thought you'd actually get in a lower volatility, which is the norm for bond and treasuries. And so I like to look at those on data days. But I just wanted to say that. And on top of it, look at, again, it's just boxed in here. I just don't see much happening with the bond market. PAX's 116.25, I think, is a huge level to watch. I think we probably continue to chop and grind around it. But if it fails to hold, I do think it starts to get interesting for equity indexes because it's been such a key level for so long now that if it starts to fail to hold 116.25 in ZB, I wonder what that does spill over possibly in the equities. But if it continues to hold above it, probably grindy higher, which I think supports equities. But keep an eye on PAX's quarterly pivot, 116.25. Not too far from it today. If it gets back down there, watch it. Probably a long setup on the first area, time to test it. But over time, if it doesn't hold, it's just something to keep in mind. That's what I've got for you. 10-year ticker is ZN. Somebody's asking in chat. ZN.
Yes, sir. I am going to expect a very exciting day today because I'm a bit under the weather and probably won't sit at the desk to trade it. And that's kind of what happens. I slept a long time last night, and you could see it was a spicy session. So buckle up. I think I started with NQ on the weekly profile because to me, it's probably all that matters. It's just a beautiful D-shaped profile this week. And I think it's time that we make an attempt to, break one of these edges. Like if you basically call it 700 on the upside and 500 on the downside, buyers have been responsive around 25.5, and just below, obviously, we have these three recent daily lows, just slightly higher lows, and then pretty much any pop above 700 ultimately gets sold. We've obviously come up higher than that. But generally, any kind of failed excursion above 700 is met with responsive selling. And really, if you look left, it's kind of dragged down here. It's basically the same spot we were selling off of last week, right? So clearly somebody's not done. And so the trades off that, to me, what I would want to see, and this will influence ES, I think, obviously, I would want to see these lows taken, at least one, at least yesterday's low, but maybe Tuesday and Monday. I mean, why not take them all? And then if we then revert back in to the meat of this distribution, then it's going to be a big long back up to the top is what I would be looking for. So I have zero interest in messing around anywhere in the meat of this entire week's distribution. I'm looking for either a breakdown with continuation of this range, or a failed breakdown that reverts back. And honestly, like we could get both. There's 2 days left of this week, so it could be a situation where we get a breakdown and we clean up some of the structure. Probably don't come all the way down to the ETH gap, but like we could if we get a breakdown with continuation. Yeah, I mean, we could see a nasty breakdown, today that reverts back in late today, and then there's a fun up day on Friday. But like to me, again, call it 500-ish to 700-ish on the NQ is basically the effective range, at least where you see responsive buyers, responsive sellers. So to me, that was the plan for today, was to fade, failed pops through 700, get short, run it down towards 500, cover most of what you've got, right? Because you can't bank on a break. I'm going to respect this lower edge until it is very, very clearly broken. And we've just seen sellers pull off and cover, every time we've gotten down here. And so, we'll see if maybe today they go for it and they go for this downside break. And again, like it can be bearish initially, but what would have to happen, we've got 2 days left, is, this is going to have to form some kind of clean double distribution weekly profile to the downside, right? So we're going to have to stay down here wherever we end up finding balance. Whereas, it can look nasty to the downside. And then if it just reclaims this range, that it was just a big trap and it was a big long. So that range is what I'm watching for today. Again, I'm like, we could come back up to the top and get a failed excursion to the upside yet again. But it looks like coming into the open, we're about to F around and find out here down at range low. So really that is the biggest thing I'm watching. And even if I'm looking at ES, which has been far more boring, it's been stronger relative to NQ. And maybe that flips, right? Because non-tech has been pretty strong. And so yesterday's low 52 is relatively key. I think if NQ breaks down, then it puts a lot of pressure on ES. I would like to see something like at least this 21 to 24 spot. It just depends on where relative strength and relative weakness is today. But similar to NQ, you could, get these failed pushes below 82. We got one last night. You saw the responsive buying that came in 52. Did I say 82? Yesterday's low. We got a failed push through yesterday's low. Responsive buying came in. So let's see what happens here today as well. Again, if NQ breaks down and the non-tech components aren't strong, then ES actually has quite a bit of range to the downside over a couple of days, re-entering value from last week. Technically could come down pretty far. We could end up at Monday's low. I'm just not really that far away, is it? So again, I think it's all about NQ on that balance profile and whether or not sellers break and sustain a downside break. And then I think everything's probably going to be weak given that, or if they get a failed break, ES has so far been your stronger market. So like you might lean long there, but I also would not be surprised to see NQ flip relative strong if it takes all those stops and reverts back into range. So always mindful of which index is, relatively strong, which one is relatively weak. So far, NQ has definitely been weak. So I think this is a big day. And we're going to have to wait and see how cash opens, right? We're just sitting right there on both ES. We're sitting right at yesterday's low, and then NQ has not quite made it to yesterday's low. But again, like we're sitting right here, and I think we're about to find out at open. So today's going to be a big day. Watch the open, look for that initial move and then look for the counter move. How far does that counter move get, right? Do sellers break this down at the open and then buyers attempt to reclaim that then just gets stuffed? Then I'm going to have to lean short because this entire week of inventory would be trapped long overhead. And I would be short and then probably just trailing stops. And then again, if it does end up, this afternoon or, tomorrow coming back into range, again, call it roughly 500, then you probably don't want to be short anymore. And I'll be looking to press that buy button. So I think today could be fun if they want to do a little bit of this today, either a nice breakdown and go, or a failed breakdown, reversion back into range and take it across to the other side. So that's all I'm looking for today. I don't care about anything else in the middle, and I will not trade anything else in the middle, regardless of whether I'm at the desk today or not feeling very well.
Well, I feel terrible that you don't feel well, and I appreciate you being here with us and giving this analysis. It's like the old Michael Jordan when he was sick and came in and he did his best work. I feel like that same thing happens to me a lot. Sometimes I'm a little under the weather. My allergies been bothering me a little bit as well. And somehow you get like this really focused moments where you're looking at it and you see things so clearly. And I think you're actually spot on this morning the way you look at this. I love looking at volume profile on this, where you could see all that inventory there. It's visually, I think all traders can see how this comes into play today. If they start to break there and they can't get back up there, like you said, you see a lot of longs probably stuffed up there, because I think this recent low was really a good low. I think that's part of what I look at. I'm looking at it on a wider time frame. I love the recent low. You get up here, you get a lot of inventory built up. It can't continue to push higher. You get a little bit of squeeze this morning, which makes sense to me as well, because it's not just green light. They're not going to just run them all the way to all-time highs. Again, they're going to make it a little bit tough. I still am bullish, but I think today could be a busy day. I'm totally with you on that. I can see how that could be the case. Thanks as usual, Farm, for giving us insight into the indexes. I hope you feel better, my brother.
Yes, sir. We'll see you next time. Appreciate it.
I'll see you next time. I'll see you next week. All right, everybody. Thursdays, and we've got Christian and XY. XY just came back from Japan, so I'm wondering, what happened over there? What did he do? Did he get a new watch? Did he get a new robe? I'm wondering if he's got a new robe on. Is he going to be sporting a new hat? Did he grow his hair out for once? I told him, grow that hair out, man. Let's see what that dude would look like. So we're going to be interested to see what he's got going. And of course, I got Chris, who's, when you got to learn about trading a trending market, you come in and you watch Kristen trading boxes. So without further ado, let's bring in my guys. It's time to trade the open with Christian at XYZ. Oh man, you look the same, XY. Flip that lid off. Let me see that hair.
Consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. We all know it. This is how it is after 2 weeks. I hate it. I hate it.
That's long for him.
It's going right off today. All of it.
Dude, you gotta grow that out, man. Let's see. I want to see what this hair dude looks like. Come on, man.
That's a good set of hair.
Maybe when NT hits 250K subs.
250K. What's going to happen is XY's going to grow his hair out, and we're going to get a camera, and me and Pax are going to go on a roller coaster.
You said it.
No! He's going to. Yeah, that was my Pax impression. See, he doesn't love that I'm throw him under the bus for that. No, we're not doing it. Yeah, he's doing it. Me and him, we're going to go to Great America for 250K. And I wonder if American Eagle is still a roller coaster. I don't even know.
When you brought that up in Naples to us, and I think you eventually told Pax 5 minutes later, he comes over to us. He's like, "What's this about me going on a roller coaster?
Oh, yeah.
What's all this about?"
Yeah, I mean, I will just be sitting there. I'll be laughing my ass off because he'll be talking the whole time. And why are we doing this? What's happening? Oh, man. So, boys, today, you heard what Farm said. I'm with him on this. I think that today could be a little bit of an interesting day. I'm going to start with you, Chris, and see what you're seeing because, again, you set up the trend extremely well to see if it's intact. And although I do think when you peel it back, of course, the longer-term time frame trend is still intact. But on the medium to shorter term, it looks like it's getting just broken down just ever so slightly. What are you seeing this morning?
Yeah, so, since I think the last time we spoke was on Tuesday, Was it Tuesday? Well, I shared the idea that we saw this big reversal from Friday. We gapped up, we continued higher. Eventually, we have to come back down and create a higher low against that to test if that will hold, right? The idea in trend following is that if we are to have a sustained low like we did on Friday, that could potentially lead into the typically a bullish week for Thanksgiving, is that we create a lower high, and for us to not create a new low, we need to create a higher low against that Friday low, and then drift back up to if we are to continue this uptrend that we are in. So can this multi-day contraction here, which I like to call as a boxception, it's a box within a box here for both ES and NQ. Well, NQ better, ES has been a little bit stronger due to the rotation that we've seen in the markets. But if this smaller range breaks down, can this be the move that takes us to seek a daily higher low against Friday's low, which would be, it'll make sense. And then what can that area be? Typically, when we have these sort of big, strong gap up days, the ideal spot is a gap low. That would be my area to, as I shared last week, I'm looking to position myself in a swing long if everything aligns down there. So can this breakdown lead lower? We would have to bounce from here in both NQ and ES, but ES is already breaking lower from this wedge. Maybe if we trigger a failed breakdown here below prior day low and then reverse back up, we can sort of invalidate this move lower and push back up. But if not, both ES can come down into the 6790, 6800 area. If it doesn't bounce, we can see the gap low from Sunday. NQ, if it cannot hold this prior day low, there is something at 400, 390, 400 that can maybe support price. If not, we go see that daily, we go see that gap low to seek a higher low. Now for the plan today, here's a little bit more clarity on the contraction here. It's like a deeper contraction here in NQ from 490s over to 720s. If we can hold this prior day low, then we can reverse back up. We do need to reclaim. There's a micro bull bear zone around 570s that we do need to reclaim that. That's been sort of our trigger to see higher prices. If we cannot reclaim that, then we continue lower, we can see this 400 zone that I have here for scenario 1.2, and then acceptance, meaning the price moving down, and then the inability to get reclaimed prior day low can mean acceptance down here. And then that's, from an hourly perspective, that's the downtrend that takes us to that gap low, where it's at the moment significant support, which is around 260s. Can we bounce from there? If not, we probably go to 25,100 to seek a deeper higher low. For ES, a little bit of the same. If we cannot hold this 40s, 43 area, then we can come down to 6,800, 6,793 in an hourly downtrend. And then if that does not hold, we go see that gap low where, a lot of people look at the Fibonacci ratios. That's a 50% pullback from the low to the high. I have not done that, or 60, what's that other, the 60s, right? The 67 point something, I believe. So that's pretty much it. It looks like we're breaking down. I agree with what you and Farm said, and this might be that move to seek a daily higher low against Friday's low.
Yeah, it's funny seeing Farm's perspective versus yours. I mean, two different styles, and it looks like it's similar setups coming into today. And so I like when I see that, because it tells you that, the potential for these moves to happen now has got a greater probability, right? I don't think it's going to be a day where we just kind of chop around. I think that we could see some action. I hope. We'll see. XY, I know you're still dusting the cobwebs off, coming off of time change, plus you're in LA right now. Well, right now that's where you live, but what are you looking at this morning besides it's early, man. And it's like my guy is coming off of a trip to Japan, which I'm going to ask you about after this. Just what are you looking at? What's the mindset coming in today?
Did some catching up, getting back to the desk last night, and yep, I left off with the market pretty high. Obviously, the move down was made, big range expansion. Not the usual impulsive down move that gets bid up, and there's a different characteristic that I can spot. It's that on the way down there is a good build. it's not just one of those impulsive things where it's leaving volume gaps and balances or anything like that. They're actually auctioning these prices through and through. They're finding the two-way tape. They're finding the bid. They're just running through them every single time. And that paints a different picture. It's different context, right? That's sustained selling. This isn't just an angry phase in the market. The market's in a bad mood or something. And then you spot the reversal, which also comes in a day where there's volume built. So the catch is in an old range, right? We have this range of volume build. Right before price finally left the range to the upside, they tested these prices again and gave a taper. Not too much volume. And this is the last area of reference. Before I left, this was my downside, the last of the downsides that I had marked. Right before volume tapers, there's this zone, and that's where they caught it. So the last spot where they built volume, where they were willing to transact before they poked lower and found very little interest, is where price bounced the first time. And if that were to remain, it's likely going to bounce again. And so we can see as they come back into the spot that gave low interest last time, they did it again this time. And so you get that reversal. But this isn't just the typical, you look at candles only, you'll see a big move down, big move up. There is good build. On this move down, they moved a lot of bid out of the way. This is sustained selling. They're chewing through bid side tape. And on the way up, they are chewing back through all of the effort that the sell side put in. They close pretty nicely. They gap up, and we enter, what I was dreading looking at, a 3, potentially 4-day overlapping volume, which we are getting now. The key difference, though, is they couldn't push this higher, sure, but we don't see any real show of hands outside until this profile here. This move up, so the reason I'm looking for, same thing, further weakness downside today is they've held this spot 1, 2, 3, 4 times. This bounce, yet to be seen how far they're going to go at this point, but we do have this batch of buyers right here. They finally poked out of the range. They showed their hand. They put in a real effort. They didn't get anything for it. Coming back into this range, the whole market sees this. It has new information. When they finally shoved price upwards, they couldn't get anything for it. Coming back to the range, likely going to test the downside. And this time, unlike the other 2 times, it's not just a taper. It's a trapped, buy volume. There's trapped buy volume. And this could lead to that further extension downside through this low volume spot, back into the weekly open and potentially filling the gap and so forth. So I think all 4 of us are leaning a bit bearish today for different reasons, which is one of the cool things about the market, right? But that's what I'm seeing. I'm noting this failed attempt here as a key signal for potential move through gold. Interesting. So this is an old zone. Came back to desk. I'm seeing that, yeah, they came up, they tapered into it, but they held a rebid twice, blew through it, building higher. So marking this as, we chopped around here for days on end, overlapping volume, finally came up. But on that move through, we built this volume. This is shoving passive selling out of the way, replacing it with bid, coming back, showing that, okay, well, they were selling it before, and that wasn't enough. Coming back to it, there's no selling. There's no volume. If it wasn't enough before, it won't be enough now. Trying it again, wasn't enough before, it won't be enough now. They blow through the key resistance level, and they start to build higher. So right now, gold is still building higher. The only thing that would make me consider any downside gold trade is to go back into this volume, lower 4200s, leaving this behind, similar to NQ's setup up here. Failed volume. Until then, volume is not building lower. It's only building higher, and that has to be taken into account. I think there's a clean runway up close to 4300s from here. But I'm going to note this activity, this volume right here for gold and NQ, what we spoke about prior. So that's my breakdown coming back, pretty much being away from the markets for 2 weeks.
I gotta say, I love having you on in the morning here with Chris too, getting those 2 different perspectives. I love the way you lay out the markets. You know that from watching you before you even came on NinjaTrader Live, checking out all the little stuff you've done. with the videos and just seeing you in the morning, getting you up early. It's nice, man. Let's go. Yeah, so really, again, everybody, a day where I kind of came in initially, my mindset was equities are probably going to be a little bit quiet. Everybody, what they've shown me, I think, has showed us that we could have, quite a busy morning on our hands. We will see. Now, before I let you guys go, I got to ask you, XY, how was Japan? I've been there a couple of times. It's an incredible trip. How was it?
It's amazing as usual, especially if you're utilizing the USD versus the yen. Everything's like
Yep.
35% off. So life is good. Everything's good over there. I'm happy to be back though. It feels like I've been gone for a month, homesick. So I miss chat. I miss
Yep.
you guys. I miss chat. And I'm back. Happy to be back. Just gonna get back in the groove here.
Yeah, well, we missed you, buddy. Chet, show some love for my boys. Hit that like and subscribe button. We want to see more of XY and Chris together. And we just got to make sure XY, we're going to send him whatever coffee he needs. You drink coffee? A lot of these guys, I remember on the
Yeah.
trip, everyone's coming here watching me drink. You drink coffee, see?
Yeah.
He gets it. A lot of these guys, they don't drink coffee. Like Shy gets up at 4:30 in the morning. She doesn't drink coffee. I go, what's the matter
That's
with you?
insane.
Craig doesn't drink coffee. I'm like, you guys, something's up here. I'm about to go have a double espresso myself again to kind of, tie the morning together.
I've got a double
All right,
right
guys.
now.
Yeah, see? He gets it. All right, Chris, XY, thank you guys so much. Chet, great morning with all of you. It's my Friday. I will see you guys next week. Don't forget to check out the afternoon shows and, of course, tomorrow morning, Capital Preservation, Ferragamo, Unfiltered Fridays with Pax, and then the Sunday show this weekend, and I'll be back Monday. See y'all.
See you, Deli.
All right, Deli, you enjoy your weekend. Yo, yo.
What's good, man? It feels like it's
What?
been so long. It's so strange.
The West Coast is in the house.
Yeah, Jim, no coffee. That's crazy, right? I don't. Yeah, that's superhuman.
I wish I could drink coffee. I miss it.
Yeah, you don't drink coffee anymore either.
No, I can't.
So you're sleeping super early, getting some good rest in. Dude, I slept at 10 here and I
Same.
slept at 10:30. I woke up at 1 and I couldn't go back to sleep until 4. So I slept at 4, woke up at 5, and now I'm here. It's 6 o'clock. And so
That's the worst.
there's some jet lag going on. There's a little bit of that.
I know you're napping after this.
Yeah. Yeah. We're getting to it. It's good to be back. What's up, chat? Phoenix, it was nice to just not think, when you're here, you're always like, yeah, I could not trade, but I want to trade. I'm gonna trade. But it was nice to just kind of pull away from it. Obviously I follow the markets pretty loosely. I'm looking at what's going on at random points or by end of day. By the time I wake up, it's either power hour or market's closed. So yeah, pretty loosely and seeing it move without me, obviously. But it was a nice just a break from all of it. But
Yeah, those are good every now and then.
yeah, you haven't been to Japan, right?
No,
Yeah, it's awesome, man.
soon. A lot of places to visit.
hmm
All right, so we're into that prior day low for NQ and ES. ES has reached that 43 zone. NQ is close to that 400 area. So we're into scenario 1 here for both. Can we hold and trigger a failed breakdown? If not, then we can form some acceptance down here and most likely give us that breakdown move. I mean, it looks like we're already having that. The 4 hours breaking down from that consolidation we were in both ES and NQ. But can we break down, see follow through? I think we can reach the Sunday's gap low. So like we've been contracting for days now that I don't see why we shouldn't reach that area. But we'll see if we can hold here or not. We are into the second lower low for those of us who know my approach. So typically we do see an end to a trend here, or we make one more low and get a third and final low, which could be into that 400 zone that I talked about, and then maybe set up a reversal. I'm not really too interested in a reversal here at the moment, only because if you guys take a look at the higher time frames, we've already bounced like both ES and NQ bounced 3 times over this support that we just broke. And so that, think of like as a ball that's bouncing. Each bounce from that support area has been smaller and smaller, and that now we eventually broke through that support. So I don't want to go against the trend in that scenario where we've already shown multiple times that we tried bouncing from a little bit higher, like this 550s sort of area in NQ. 540s, 550s, and then in ES 650s. And so now that we're below that, I have to consider that as resistance, and then wait for if we are going to reverse above this, wait for a reclaim of that area, form some acceptance up here, and then see a move higher, right? But I don't want to be my usual self and buying a reversal down here after multiple days of bouncing from this support above and then breaking. That's a little bit of a changing character, like XY has brought up. And so what I'll be looking for is one, to be patient because the structure is complex, and see if we do form some acceptance down here, fail to reclaim, fail to bounce, and then trigger a breakdown lower.
Yeah, both. I'm looking at gold and NQ pretty much exclusively. Both are in key decision spots, and there's a choice to be made. Gonna wait, let the market open for equities and see what they decide. But this is finally getting the test, the sweep lower. They did find a really big buyer just now, NQ. But we'll see if they even do anything with it. I'm open to both outcomes right now, either a failed sweep and a move back, or just continuation lower. I think this is going to be where they make the decision, so we'll be patient on that.
Man, that moved from yesterday in gold. Wow.
I know, yeah. They're building
Right from
pretty
the
strong
open,
too.
straight up.
Building real strong. We'll see.
Consolidated a new high. Short term, it is extended. So can this be like a daily lower high against the October 21st high or so? And then get a nice pullback, or at least like a correction through time sideways?
Yeah. We'll see what they do with it. I mean, it's back in that strong uptrend. It's retracing a lot of that big initial down move that just kind of had everyone freaking out about gold for a second. But right now they're still just building the empire until they don't, obviously. And yeah, this is gonna be where they make that decision as well. So both NQ and gold in key spots for me. Just gonna wait. You got the open in about 8 minutes. I see somebody in chat has found the playbook. I haven't publicly broadcasted that it's available yet because there are some formatting issues with the website, but it is there. If anyone wants to go take a look, excuse the formatting, but it's there in its entirety.
I do take COQ10. That's a really good supplement. I actually have some right in front of me. I love that supplement. It's a good antioxidant. B12 as well. Yeah, I take the COQ10 every day. Andres, I cannot drink coffee because of my kidney issues. I'm on my second transplant and I have a little bit of high blood pressure. And I just, drain that caffeine and getting me hyped up, increasing my blood pressure overall, and it's just not good.
Good morning, Leo. Dude, I pulled it up on mobile. It was kind of weird too. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, the man is seeking perfection. Speaking of.
Yeah, I mean, we are gonna try. The Eagles will try to beat the Lions, but with that offense, it just ain't gonna work. The Lions are the real deal right now. I still want Kevin Patullo fired, but whatever. You ever drink decaf, Chris? Or not even?
No. Does that still have some caffeine? Like a little
I
bit
don't
or
know.
or
I
not at
I
all?
always assume that it's like no caffeine entirely, but maybe someone in chat can clarify. A
I
lot of
do
Bears
drink tea.
fans.
Tea's
Tea?
good. Yeah.
Tea? You can do tea?
Yeah, but you have to be careful which one because a lot of tea dehydrate you.
Yeah.
I do nettle tea. Nettle tea is good for kidney, lavender, things that relax you and put less pressure.
What's up, chat? Yes, I am back.
20 micrograms of or milligrams of caffeine. It's not that bad.
The herbal teas only.
Manny, a correction through time is a sideways sort of structure. You either have a correction through price, for example, this overnight action that just broke lower is a correction through time. We corrected sideways. A correction through price is a downtrend. Okay. It's just another word for downtrend or sideways. But corrections through times, a lot of people think that we're going to have these, usually in uptrends, they're going to have big pullbacks, but what ends up happening? We just go sideways, right? So there is actually a correction happening, but it's through time, and that creates energy for a continuation higher. And a lot of people with a bias say, no, 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 like what happened in 2020, right? No, the market has to go back down. The market has to go back down. But if you think on after that initial bounce from March, I think it was May and June where we corrected sideways for like a month and a half. That was a correction, right? People were thinking we were going to sell back down, but what happened? We corrected through time. We contracted, created energy, and then we continued higher, right? So it's always good to know what that structure is. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I'm surprised some of you guys don't know about my kidney issues. No, I've shared them here. There's a couple of interviews with chat with traders. It's been a journey with dialysis, kidney failure, transplants, medicine for life since I've been 16.
Vacation was good. How do you say your name? Jai Calro? J Calro? It was good. It's good to get away for a bit off the charts. But so ready to be back. I just get homesick too, so it's a push and a pull. What's up, Leo? Thanks. Glad you guys are enjoying the playbook. Yeah. Like I said prior, it's literally it was me attempting to melt down my brain entirely and rebuild it in the form of a playbook for you guys. So
Si tú grabas
it
videos,
was a pain in the ass, but hopefully it pays off and you guys get some value out of it.
Where is it? It's on Paint to Tape or
I'm painting the tape, yeah,
I don't know, it was
on the
already on there.
website. Excuse the formatting.
Yeah, my blood pressure, how does trading affect my blood pressure? Well, if that's why I don't scalp, right? My blood pressure will be through the roof. If I could just make 1 to 2 trades a day, that's good with me.
NQ looks like it's given back this volume here. I mean, gold. Gold does. NQ looks like it's building where it wasn't. So both of them look like they are potentially on the way down.
I think for once I'm not focusing, at least in this area, I'm not focusing on a bullish reversal. Which I mean, I'll miss a bounce, but I will only consider long if we can reclaim the breakdown, consolidate up here, and then set up, which means if that doesn't happen, I might not take a trade on the stream because I think after this recent breakdown that we can bounce, find some resistance, and then if we form acceptance, break lower. So I need to wait to see what the market decides here.
Try to get open in 30 seconds here.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. What's up, Justin? What's up, everybody? I don't think we said hello. I'll look into NNAC, Joe. Thank you. I use Interactive Brokers for swing trading, Ninja for day trading. All right, let's see what we get here.
They're definitely finding an offer that's willing to step down with the market right now. Same with gold.
We just back tested prior day low in NQ and ES. Rejection here. That's a good micro bull bear zone. We can reclaim prior day low. We know that we can get that bounce to 570s in NQ, and then 67, 70 in ES. But here, this is still part of the initial downtrend. I myself need a wedge structure to then participate. If not, I can't manage risk here on a new short. This is still part of this lower low, lower high, lower low, 9MA downtrend.
Gold breaking down still. Yeah, so NQ is starting to build this volume in this thin area.
We have
Second
tech that's
attempt.
weak.
So I'm noting right under the 450s in NQ because there's been big buying down there. If they can cut through that range and trade lower, it's going to be pretty ugly, I think, for buy side. If not, I mean, they've just put in a second attempt at the lows.
Yeah, they're trying there. I mean, we did put in a third lower low, which typically means that we are seeing, in most scenarios, we see an end to the downtrend or a trend in general. Third lower low, we're seeing a possible, at least one candle bounce here. Third lower low, can we bounce up into the 2050 EMA cloud and then see what we get?
Still very sustained transactions down here. 2-way tape in this same range. Breakdown would be nice. I would not mind that.
Semis are weak. You're looking to short here?
Not yet. Not yet. I want to see what they do in this zone, in this area, the 500s down to the 450s, 430s. I really want to see. They're kind of like fighting it out. They're knife fighting. Don't want to step in the way. I'm just going to see which way price breaks, and I'll have my answer. Looking at gold, see if
Yeah,
they're
I'm
going to
waiting
bid
as
this.
well. See who wins. I would say ES needs above 50s here, which is prior day low, to see a bounce back into that breakdown. Up here around 60s, 62, 66. If NQ can reclaim the prior day low, if we can bounce back up to that 560, 570 area, it's going to be a wait and see morning for me.
Everyone in chat speaking to me in Japanese now. It's good to be back, guys. Hope you guys have been well. They're definitely selling the bottom of this range here. Let's see if they can push it through.
Weak.
You tested the open. Just failed it.
Yeah. Not able to reclaim prior day low. So then now we have a little bit more data. The first bull bear zone that we had to reclaim was prior day low. We couldn't. I myself need some acceptance here, meaning a wedge for a setup for my approach. But if we just continue and sell off, you know, I can't. There's nothing for me to do.
I want a reoffer. That opening 5-minute candle's pretty nasty there. So key volume 472s to the 448s. Building where they failed to build prior. That is a very different, it's a change in the auction for sure. Where they found 0 sell interest, they have found a lot today. And they're getting their continuation. So decision has been made. And we'll try to get alongside it if they can pull this thing back, which I'm sure they will. Gold is making their next choice at the next volume spot. I'm going to mark it here. What towns did I visit? Oh man, I started in Tokyo, went to Osaka, spent half a day in Kobe from there, and then Kyoto, and then stayed 2 nights at the Hyatt, the Fuji Speedway. If anyone's been to the Fuji Speedway, that was real nice. And then back to Tokyo for 5 days. Met up with 7 of our buddies, of our friends there for the remainder of the trip, and then went home.
Oh, it was a party.
Yeah, yeah. People were coming in. Well, we all kind of were just doing our own thing. Some people were in other countries, and then we decided to the last 5 days we'll all meet up in Tokyo and just hang out. And did I buy Yu-Gi-Oh cards? No.
You know, speaking of, I didn't get my invitation. I think it probably got lost in the mail. I think that's what happened.
We just got to convince Delhi to spend some cash and drag us all over there for that experience. Yeah, okay, they're running down to the weekly open now.
I'm looking for that gap low. We're not that far away from it. It's at 269. That's the
Gold
level
has
that I'm watching here. All right, so a little update here on the scenarios here. Scenario 1 was that we could hold 40s and bounce. Did not happen. For NQ, can we hold prior day low? Did not happen. 1.2 was, can we hold 400? Did not happen. So we are possibly starting scenario 2. We need to confirm that by bouncing and then rejecting on the bounce, forming some acceptance, and then breaking lower to that gap low. So if we continue lower, we do have 68.18 in ES, which there's something there, but not the strongest. But you know, let's say we are deeply oversold into 68.18, then we can for sure bounce. But the ideal sort of area is 67.90s NES, and then in NQ that I have is 250s, 260s, the gap low. So I'll be looking if we can bounce and set up some structure to short. I'll be looking to participate in that move and hopefully be part of this trend. If not, I do like the idea of a bullish buy around 260s, 250s on that gap.
Hopefully they get a bid. I mean, they did find a bid here. Hopefully they pull it up so I can try to snag a reoffer. Yeah, that opening tape, guys, it was pretty heavy. And then gave us a really bearish opening 5-minute candle. And here we are. It's a
Beautiful
pretty sustained
breakdown.
move down too. They're building the volume, going lower, building lower, going lower, building lower. This is a real move down. This isn't willy-nilly gonna V shape right now kind of thing. They are chewing through with the offer. Sustained, super heavy, heavy tape. No, I didn't do any trading over there, Reginald. Reginald, only 2 emojis? Things have changed while I left, huh? I've seen Gundam before. It's like my fifth time, fourth or fifth time in Japan. So I've seen it before. I didn't even know they took it down. Um, yeah, I've seen the deer before as well.
You saw a deer? Is that what you're saying?
There's like this there's a spot where there's a lot of deer, and they do this thing where like you can get food and then you can go feed the deer, and they'll come up to you, and there's like a
I get you.
it's one of those things. I think I did that my first time pre-COVID in Japan. Now I'm just trying to eat, you know. Had Kobe beef for the first time, and it's changed my opinion on a lot of things. Wagyu is a
Changed,
scam.
man.
Wagyu's a scam. Kobe's where it's at. This tape is super angry. So they just tried to pull it up into the 370s. There was bid, they're definitely buying it, but sellers are really angry. Still would not be surprised if they can find a bounce back to the EMAs, at least to the 9, which is currently sitting right below overnight low.
No setup for me to participate
Nothing.
in this.
Yeah, gold gave everything back. I think
All right, we're really close to that Sunday gap low, 269. I'll be looking for a reversal there. See if something sets up. But if you're short this, great job.
whoever short this day is done. Kobe
Yeah.
is Wagyu. Mhm. Good morning, Reginald. There it is. The emojis. Yeah, gold dishing out a pretty insane candle right here.
Back into the weekly open for NQ. Yes, close to that 68.18. See what an additional move lower into that gap low looks like. Who's long Apple? Guys, this thing's like moving higher. It's like the all of a sudden the strongest name the last few months.
Gold is just running. So is NQ. Everything's just running away. No access so far, guys. So the reason I didn't short earlier on, like within the first 5 minutes of market open, even though the tape was super heavy, was it's a key decision spot. They could have easily found that sellers were not going to be rewarded in this area, and holdings bust, we moved back through the range upwards. Like Chris said, it was really hard to place sensible risk in that spot because, well, yeah, it's a key area that if holds can go all the way back. So sometimes you can see what you see, but if it's hard to really make the risk make sense, you have no choice but to just let it go. It'll pay off in the long run. Yeah, and it's a no data day too. So we've got a casual, 220 point IB right now.
All right, ES made it to 68.18. NQ so close to that 269 gap area. Let's see if something can set up here.
Yeah, I'm eyeing the spot for NQ as well. Someone asked, should we catch the falling knife here? Well, I think what we're doing is we're waiting for it not to be a knife anymore, which is, you got to let it play out.
Yeah.
Let some structure get built, let some volume get put in, and then it's no longer a knife. If you're trying to catch it sooner than that, yeah, it's a knife catch. Not advised, never advised, actually. How do you know when it changes? I have a playbook that's on paintingthetape.net. You should go check that out. Or at least that's how I look at it. Playbook is out. And there's the URL. Thanks, production. It is free. It is free. So if you don't like it, don't come at me for it because it's free.
All right, let's see if we can make a new low into that 269 for NQ. Take that out. ES is holding that 68.18. There's that idea that we could see a hold here because we're pretty oversold now on the hourly. Right. I mean, perfect breakdown if you caught this short right into that Sunday gap low. I usually focus on the 2 minute for reversals, but I will wait for the 5 minute here and be a little bit more patient. It has served me well over the last week.
I'm gonna try a long down here. Give it about 20-point risk. I'm gonna do some lighter trading today, so first day back in the markets. I'm gonna look to try to cover this closer to the 350s or cover one at least right here in the 44. So get one for 30 points. The bid started to really show some good reloading at price there. So taking that stab, we're getting close to our first take profit there. There it is. I'm gonna break this even. So only two
Nice.
lots on this trade, guys. I'm just keeping it light, trying to get my groove back. I did get a gold, pretty good gold long earlier too. So I'm sitting on some profits. But yeah, looks like they're not done pulling this down. So I'm gonna get out of this last lot break even. I got lucky on that cover too. I think I covered to the tick on that long. Sometimes the market blesses you, sometimes it wrecks you. I'm gonna jump back in the longs here. Another two lots. So first trade, break even on one, covered one. I'm gonna look for another cover here. A little higher.
Holding.
Yeah, it was a good hold back. They took out my second position, but gave me another chance to get back in, so I'll take it. Tape is turning a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna-
reached a good support. I have to wait for my setup though, but great trade.
Hopefully they just keep this bid strong here. It's hovering.
Did a 2 minute set? We're at the 2 minute 9 MA as well. So this could trigger
Taking
a
one.
2 minute reversal.
Taking one for 20. I'm gonna trail the second one on this. It's still pretty whippy here. I'm gonna move the stop to break even now. I'm actually gonna look for a cover closer to the 9. We'll say cover this in the 80s right here. If they can give me that, I'd be okay with that. Don't need a
Right,
million
so
points.
the 2 minute setup triggered. I have to wait for the 5 minute one. Let me bring up my.
I'm gonna cover this here. Thanks, chat. Yeah, that's
Yeah, solid.
that's two of them. I'm pretty happy with that for now. Yep. He's back. I'm trying to get there. I only got like 2.5 hours of sleep. I got this weird jet lag thing still, so excited for the nap. You read the playbook 3 times? That's a lot of reading. What was the trigger? Well, like I told someone earlier, I think for anyone in chat, it's gonna be a lot easier to see like right away why I'm doing the things I do. If you guys do spend time reading the playbook, it's nothing different. Down here, the same way Chris was waiting for his setup, it's what I'm doing. I'm waiting to see when the selling stops, getting rewarded, right? They're not able to push price anymore. And when it does stall, what does the buy side do? Are they now coming to market and crossing the tape? And if they are they getting enough progress? And as price comes back against them,
What?
does the selling continue or does it start to step off, right? Does the tape start to really shift? And so as, this tape started to shift, the buying's reloading and they're showing that they're willing to reload higher prices. That's when I started to grab some longs, got the first take profit, came back, break even. But when they took me out, they started to reload again in that spot. So if they're not able to push price back lower on the sell side, and I'm anticipating a pullback into a certain range, that's going to be my cue. And the reason I said it earlier is as a, hey, if you just take it based off of price, yeah, sure, it's a knife catch. But what Chris and I are doing is we're waiting for a certain setup, right? There's a key distinction between just taking a key level and taking an actual setup. Different ways, right? Mine was, hey, look, let them fight it out here. And as time passes, who is still sustaining their volume? We saw the sell side start to really taper off for a bit, and the buy side is showing, willingness to just completely step up and step up and step up and step up. That's when the shift occurs for me. That's when it's no longer catching a knife. It's, hey, something is actually setting up. Time has passed. The market isn't going further. So it's no longer a knife, right? The knife is, to me, is getting in the first minute or two or three or even five of testing that range of that price. This wasn't the case anymore in my lens. This was, hey, they've found another set of buyers, which, yes, they've done on the way down. But this time they can't, or they're not able to right now push lower than if I'm anticipating a retracement. That's where it's going to be. Unlike you to fully cover. I'm playing against the overall trend, so I'll be happy with that. I don't need, a million points, and I only have 2 lots on these trades. I'm trying to just get my groove back in the markets or make sure it's back, right? So I mean, I'm happy with that. That was a good move. I started grabbing the longs pretty low down here, right at like just above 300s. My last cover was in the 70s, this POC. So 2 longs for 70 points. I really can't complain. The bulk of my P&L is from those hits. It's not from these crazy screenshot runner type covers. Those are just like icing on the cake. And honestly, I never regret covering too soon. I'm always going to cover based on, sensible R. It is what it is. This thing can run and make a new high, and I'm not going to feel any sort of way about it. That's how I do my business. It's going to be consistently, that way, and it's what works for me. Like Chris might grab that long with even further confirmation, and then that's when they just completely rip it up however many points, and that's his way of doing things. Everyone's kind of got their own thing.
Yeah, so actually I'm already long in my swing account just because I do like this level. So I'm gonna put on a swing to see if we do see some follow through. And then I'll put on this day trade as well. I don't like how high it is yet, but I'm following the 5 minute and I also like it. So I'm gonna see what happens here. But I'm already long in the swing account. And we'll see if that can lead into because again, I'm swing trading as well. And I'm looking for a higher low against Friday low in NQ. And then for ES, we're still in a little bit of a bullish structure. We'll see what happens though. Then if
Yeah,
we
I
don't,
know nothing. That's exactly it. I'm a scalper. You guys, if you guys are newer to the network, you'll quickly find that much unlike the other traders you see, I am definitely more of a scalper, and they'll take really big moves. Um, I very much have accepted what are my strengths and what are my weaknesses, and holding is certainly more of a weakness for me. So I size accordingly to make what I want, scalping, and it's my strength. So you get everything on the network. You get this, you get that, all the flavors. What is the difference between a 5-day profile versus a rolling 5-day? Same thing. It's either going to be rolling 5-day or static like a weekly. But if it's a 5-day profile, it's probably a rolling 5-day. That would make the most sense. So it's the same thing.
so it needs to reclaim this 410 area, and NQ ES needs to reclaim 35 in order to push up to 43. The 2 minute was actually a better, to my surprise today. It hasn't been for the last week, like the 2 minute entry model for me. So it triggered here. So if I was focusing on the 2 minute, I would already be in this. So I'm focusing on the 5 minute because it's the 2 minute has not been the best for reversals. Like yesterday, I waited for not just yesterday and Tuesday, I waited for the 5 minute, and they paid very well. So maybe today it doesn't, and we do move back down. We're sort of fighting a breakdown, but we're also pulling back into support. And I
They're hitting the
sized
tapes
this
hard.
less than normal size to make up for that.
They're selling the hell out of the 70s. I might take this short if they fail a rebid here. They really got a hold here on the buy side. If they don't, I'm gonna probably see if I can go down with this. Yep. Hitting the shorts. Gonna look to cover one in the 30s here. I'll cover one. Nope. Maybe not. Maybe they don't want me to cover. Fine.
Yeah, we might go for new low.
Covering one here. I'm gonna go ahead and try to get that new low with the last one.
I'm considering closing it for the day trade account and then just keeping it for the swing account and see what happens.
You got 90 seconds to close a really nasty 5-minute candle. When I say cover, do I mean exit? Yeah. I mean, I'm short, so covering a short position. I'll say cover on my long positions too, because to me, mentally, you're either risk on or risk off. When I take the trade, so you might say take profit. To me, it's like it's always just taking the risk off. So I'll say cover. Just I'm just used to saying that. But yeah, taking profits, covering this or that. Generally, a cover is yeah, you buy back a short trade. But to me, it's only, hey, if I'm putting on the trades risk on, if I'm taking it off, it's covering it. I try my best not to mentally get hung up on, hey, was the trade right? Was it wrong? It was just, hey, look, I put on risk, and then I'm taking it off. Whether it's taking it off as a stop to cover the risk and not lose further, or covering it where price can potentially turn and use like covering as a TP. Yeah, that's what it is for me. So I'm about 25 points in. I'm gonna start trailing down with this, see if we can get a new low, but the risk is secured now. They take out my last one. It is what it is.
All right, I closed mine for the day trade account. I'll leave it in the swing just because I have another outlook for that. But if it won't work, I'll close it for that as well.
Yeah, you sell longs and cover shorts. That's exactly what it is.
I'm looking for a wedge here. If we can form a wedge structure and then give a setup here. Whoa, that's not what I want.
What am I using to read the tape? Time and sales. Yeah, time and sales. Depth of market, level 2 price ladder, like a DOM. Use that very heavily. It looks like they took me out break even here. So if they bounce here, this can be pretty bullish. Failed attempt back to the low side volume, so I'm going to mark out this spot for you guys. This is the last spot they built volume before they ripped it back up, found the reoffer. If they hold this, they don't find access back into this range. This is what a cap looks like, downside and upside. This can just reverse through at this
What
point.
range do you
So
have?
they're
Oh,
going to
that
make
gray
that
box?
attempt. 370s, huge selling. They're going to make this attempt. If they start to trade 390s, this is probably a reversal. And it's off of this right here. Volume that built. This is where they failed to push lower. They just retested this range, and hey, look, like I said earlier, if it didn't work this time with this much effort, this isn't going to be the one to do it. So
A lot of negotiation here. On the 5-minute, we are now 6:35, about 30 minutes in this consolidation. We did trigger a 5-minute reversal in NQ. I'll stay with my swing trade on.
yeah, NQ looks well. NQ NES, it looks like a good higher low here. 15-minute looks this current 15-minute kind of looks really good for upside.
I'm focusing on my swing account here, guys. It's just this is the level that I really want, and I can trade larger size.
Looking long? Yeah, definitely not looking short. This was the tell for me. Uh, not showing downside interest anymore into where they really needed to, and they failed last time when they did. The show of hands, this is that decision, the key decision right here in the market. Earlier, they're like, yeah, I'm gonna sell the piss out of this. All of a sudden, they come back to that spot and they said, yeah, we're not gonna do it anymore. That is a key decision, not to be ignored. So we're getting that reversal now.
All right, let's see if I can show my swing account without showing that. What can I do? Can I just pop this out? Oh, I cannot move this chart. How can I take a screenshot? I totally, dropped the day trade account here, but I'll show you the swing account. Where are the screenshots here?
Blind man, this is Heikenashi's. 1 minute. 1 minute, Heikenashi.
All right, can you guys see this? If I bring this over here. Yeah, okay, so this is my swing trade account. I put on a swing. I usually do 60 MNQ, which is what, 6 NQ, 6 minis. I did 30 because of the spread between the entry and the stop. My stop will be at the lows. I got to change that stop. And I am looking to see if this becomes a daily higher low against the Friday low. So I'm fighting a breakdown, but I'm also again, I have a really strong swing trading background, and we are coming up into a strong seasonality period. So my idea here is that I want to put on exposure in the swing account to help me over time, right? I mean, obviously this trade can fail, but over time, I want to be in a position where I can find good spots for trends and then look to participate in that. So even though I closed it here on the day trade account, which I should have kept it, but I do have it on the swing account, and then I'll just keep updating that throughout the stream if all works well.
Got an edge alert. Gold futures bouncing off the lows. That is also what I'm looking at. Potentially getting longs in gold. Potentially. Do I use volume candles? No, I don't. Just 1 minute. The other order flow guys do. I don't.
Carnes, what
NQ.
instrument am I trading? NQ. I think I just showed NQ.
Yep, there's that reversal.
I was hoping that gap low would be taken out.
Yeah, I was waiting for that
Want to.
too.
But we did trigger the 5-minute reversal, and so that's leading to an hourly bounce up into a declining 9MA, which funny, we talk about the 9MA on the 5-minute. I'm pretty much applying the same thing. We're bouncing back into the 9MA. The first sort of task for NQ was to reclaim this 400, 410. It's doing that. Yes, now it needs to reclaim 43. The main sort of micro bull bear zone is this breakdown at 555, but I would still say that 570s is what needs to be reclaimed in NQ to really change this whole structure.
Yeah, if they can get back into this distribution, maybe start to get some bids outside in the screen zone again, that would be pretty big for buy side. Right now, they are back at that key inflection point. So for anyone that's flat, there is no need to rush anything because if this is a reversal, it's going to trade into the 700s again, and you've got plenty of time, plenty of space for your trade. Just make sure you wait for a setup that gives you sensible risk.
If this works, and my idea of a daily higher low is here, I'll be looking to hold this into Thanksgiving. I mean, but that's much, much bigger time frame than what we usually talk about here on the stream. But I'm glad I was able to execute a swing trade idea here with you guys. And then if it works, I can then update it. I think XY and I will be here tomorrow again.
In the morning.
Yeah, I'll update it next week. But it's just from a sort of larger time frame picture. You have to think that we are coming into a heavily bullish week. We had a huge reversal from Friday. We are in an overall macro uptrend. Typically we don't just give that back up into the last 2 months of the year when people go on holidays, when volume dies down, when we start more of a correction through time versus correction through price. So I'm executing on that idea from what I've seen over the years, and I'll just, if I can risk, what did I risk? The 390s to 270s, 120 points. So if I can risk 120 points, I don't know. I don't know. I still think, there's a good chance we can make a new all-time high, but it's tough to see that right now. But we'll just have to wait and see, right? Yeah, the government ending the opening back up is also a big plus. Very good action here that I want to see.
ES above VWAP now. NQ trying it.
I mean, I'm not trading. I stopped trading the day trading account, but I'll take a screenshot of this.
I've got some gold longs here, keeping an eye on this, see if I want to keep it.
Oh, you know what I can do is I can just move this, right? Here's how it looks on that latest push up.
Scratching out the gold longs. Gold was long. I just took it off though. Don't like the way it's moving.
So I'm not. I'll keep this up for now. All right, so here's
Oh
the
yeah, I got a
swing
position
account.
tracker, guys.
I can't show the whole thing, so you guys be stuck. I'll update screenshots, and I'm just gonna stay in this position for the day unless we go make new lows and I get stopped out. Hopefully we do, and I can update you guys tomorrow. But we'll see. So now we're into.
What a bid that's coming in. NQ.
We're into the 5-minute 2050 EMA area. What can make the most sense here is a 50 EMA wedge to show that we reclaim the 400 area and then push up into 570s. If we are continuing to see the strong action, then we can just put another high low. Then until we get to 570s, can we create a wedge structure?
Trip was cool. It's always a good time in Japan. Anything cool happen? I mean, nothing in particular. It's the way I'd prefer it. I hate surprises. Buyers are still crossing tape up here and Q.
Full gluten. I may not buy you a turkey if the idea works. We'll have to see though. It's we're fighting a breakdown.
It's about to be a nasty 5-minute close off of VWAP here.
But is this a higher low?
Did I go
Tesla
watch
breaking
shopping at
down.
all? Nah, I popped in some stores just to take a look. Got tempted a few times, but no, I think prices have a way. I'm still gonna go a little lower on watches, so wasn't really itching to get anything. Not this time around. It's actually my first year ever in Japan and not leaving with a watch. So things change. People change. So this is where they absorbed a lot of selling earlier for NQ. I'm keeping an eye on this. I don't like that we just rejected VWAP the way we did, but price is still moving up. I'm looking at this activity. If they're still going to absorb shorts down here, I'm willing to give it a shot, but I'm going to be a little patient with it. I got one lot on now. I think I'd want a second one at a better price, maybe even a third. We've got some pretty good profits on the day so far, so I can maybe slap on a third at some point, but we will see. This is a key spot for me. Either they hold this or I'm considering it. They're giving up this whole move. Yeah, I'm getting out of that.
Tried buying.
Yeah, they tried to buy it. They tried to hold it again. They did it the first time. This time, there's more selling now. Tape has turned.
We just back tested that prior day low again and rejected. So what we want to see now from a structure perspective is a 50 EMA wedge, which is you have your swing high here, you can come down and create a higher low and then contract. If we can do that, we get a little bit more data to say, hey, we can consolidate up here after that reversal and get a directional structure.
Yeah, reverse win. I'm a cash position on watch buying right now. Yeah, Tsukiji market used to be really good, but it's like super touristy now, so the prices, everything is like way expensive over there. So I would not recommend you guys visit Tsukiji anymore. VWAP rejection was strong? Oh yeah, yeah, it was. The fact that they traded back through the 400s also says a lot because this is where they held for that move back into VWAP earlier. And if they're going to rip through that buying, the tape has changed, like quite literally. So it's back to downsides for me if I'm taking any NQ trades.
Yeah, that was a good back test of prior day high, prior day low, sorry, and rejection.
Nick, you short right now? Nick says when gap fill. Bumped their head. 115 lots, tried to sell 385 right now, NQ. That's quite a bit.
The 5-minute 9MA is trying to act as support for now. We'll see how strong it is against that rejection. No, it's just one trade, Shap. Either we hold and then set up a higher low, or we do see lower and then seek a deeper higher low, which could happen. And then that could be maybe ES at 6790s, NQ maybe into 25,100s.
I
I
just
would
try to
buy
get a
that as
reoffer.
well.
I'm trying to get a reoffer here. Trying to see if this buying can step off. 16s just bought. So for me, if price starts to trade above 16s, I'm gonna get out of this short. Want to see the 16s, all that buying, just not get any more access. But potentially a big if there. Can wash
Rejecting.
pretty low. Got my finger on the flatten button here.
You're trying to buy, or what was it?
I'm short.
Oh,
I'm short right now. Short
on
about.
that back test of what, 16?
Yeah, they bumped up against 16s, bought it, and instantly lost it. So that's going to be my baseline here. If they get back into and through 16s, I'm going to get out of this trade. The average right now is 0.4 half, so I'm trying to keep this really tight. Eyeing the 16s here. So they just traded it again, pretty low volume. But if they can't push this, if they can't shove this lower, it's going to blow up. It's literally going to rip up. 100 lots showing up at 16. They filled it. So there's an offer coming through in the 16s. If they blow past it, this is not going to be good for short side for sure. So keeping a close eye on things. I'm in 3 lots total.
Yeah, that was a really good back test.
Yeah, I'm looking for a good wash because that's a lot of buying. Okay, we're going to cover 1. I'll cover 2. All right, I'm gonna break even the last lot and see if we can get towards the lows here. But we got a nice 25 points on 2 lots there. Can't complain. Because I could be on the wrong side, definitely. This is where it's pretty crucial.
We've been in we're forming a range here since the open.
Mm-hmm. I'll leave my stop here. So they are definitely still stuffing the buying. They can use it as fuel to really move this thing. So if something good presents, I will get more shorts. But for now, I'm holding on to this one. So if they watch this lower and they try another bid somewhere that gets stuck like earlier, I will add some more onto the short. So
I'm with you. If we can form a structure here for me to join. No wedge yet.
gap fill, gap fill. Nick, you're short. Tell me you're short, Nick. I've been a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
All right, Nick, you can have the gap. I'll just take new low. You know what? I don't even want new low. Just give me 300. 300. Short 475. Oh yeah, you're up there. The VWAP offer. Nice, man.
That was a good 475. Good. Who's that? Nice. So far, range bound since the open here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can create a wedge now to build up energy for a move. We're inside a 4-hour just candle consolidating the hourly. Oh, both the 4-hour and the hourly are looking the same. Semis look very weak.
Nick, you know the sellers pretty well. Yeah, I'm kind of considering cutting this for 25 points too, just to be done with it, but they're trying to sell it still, so I'm like, all right. But if they step off here, it's literally gonna rip up. They have found that two-way tape.
Do you have any technical entry rules to enter, or you just see the tape and then you just get in there?
The tape is what gets me in for sure. The technicals is, I think more so the technicals don't give me the entry. The technicals will keep me out of things though. So if a technical component is like this isn't really it and the order flow shows me the opposite, I might actually just skip that trade because of the technicals. So more so technicals will keep me out, but the order flow gets me in, if that makes sense. I'm trying to like make it make sense right
Yeah.
now. Yeah, so if order flow is coming in that says this, but the technicals say otherwise, I'm not as interested in that trade for sure.
I don't have a real good setup here to join you. It's more of a slow day for me.
Yeah, they're not making it easy today. It's like super D-shaped profile balance, chop through. And then when they actually move, it's just like all the way through. There's just like no pullback.
Yeah. Remains
I'm
weak
gonna
though,
start
so you have a
trailing
good
this.
one. Yeah, get the likes up, guys.
First day back, please
The
hit the
network,
likes.
first day back. He's on the West Coast, so it's very early for him.
On 2.5 hours of sleep. Jet lag, man.
See if we can form some sort of higher low and create some wedging structure here. This is what I'm watching for, so I can get a setup for a directional trade. So far, we're range bound, so I want to hopefully be in the move away from this range, and so I need more contraction, which takes time. And all I can do is just wait, see if we do form this wedging structure to then give me an opportunity to participate in.
What time is it in my brain? My brain's on delayed data right now. Do I have a structured routine, like a morning routine? Not necessarily. On the West Coast, it's really hard to, unless you wake up really early. But I get up, brush my teeth, and just, is it time to pull on the charts? Maybe, maybe not. And if I do, I do. Usually the market's been open already, so I can see like, okay, is IB about to close? What does it look like? What decisions have been made? You'll find in my playbook, it's all about, hey, what decisions has the market made? And if you're a future scalper, you can get good trades off at any hour. So I don't really hurry to do anything. Um,
Look at that, no
keeps
pullback, no bounce to create a little bit more structure. It's just been straight down since that rejection.
Paulo, yeah, in a sense.
Semis are weak.
Brushing my teeth and print money. I don't know what Tokyo Flash is. Yeah, we're trailing now. I'm gonna go ahead and lock in 50 points on the trail and see if the market can bless me with 300. So for 100 points. Oh, that's a pretty good wash there. I'm gonna take 80 points. I'm out of that trade. It's probably gonna go new lows, but that's a pretty good wash. Don't want to sit through any pullback waiting for an extra 20 points. So I think that'll be my day, honestly. I've fired off like 4 trades or something like
Yeah,
that.
my swing trade's negative here. Probably take a stop in that if we make new lows. Maybe there's a structure for me here that we can set up. We have a swing low, a swing high. Can we create some contraction here and then set up a? I mean, we're what we're doing is creating energy.
Oh, Cooper gave me the Mike Breen bang. I appreciate that. I need the double bangs at some point though. Appreciate it, Lena. Nick, you still holding those shorts? We have inflation that
At
is
this
still
point,
up
the
to
gap was probably going to close. The good setup for a short was up here. Now we'll see if we can how this potential hold here bounces up
Nick,
to create a wedge.
Nick, you got a 10K short. Briskets on Nick tonight. What about the entire day? You mean like a routine? Mm,
Feel it a trade, Nick.
not especially. I kind of just I'm blessed enough to be at a point right now where I will just do whatever I need to do for the rest of the day or do nothing or so on and so forth. So no, I don't really have a routine tied around trading as, as antithetical as that might sound.
Looking for a bounce here to get short. We're not really seeing that.
I think they cut the new low, honestly.
Look at that. I think they're gonna go for it.
There's a lot of buying that's just on this move down that's not getting what they want. There's
Yeah,
300.
it looks like I'll take a stop on the swing idea here, and I'll just wait for lower prices.
What was the process to find the training style that works for you? How long did it take? The process was trying a bunch of things, almost everything. Um, how long did it take?
All
A
right,
long
ES new
time.
lows.
ES new lows and Q not yet.
Yeah. We have an IB low. No
Volume
bounce.
chart with the numbers. This is called leg to leg delta. It is custom. It's from Order Flow Labs. double bottom on gold potentially here.
What's it doing? Oh, it doesn't look bad here. It's into yesterday's or overnight, Wednesday nights, whatever. Yeah, last night's support. All right, let's see if this can be a bounce into the 9 EMA here, so then I can get my wedge and then I can look for a trade here.
Is my chart template in the OFL Discord? I posted it in there before, but I think I messed something up. So I'm gonna say no, but it's pretty standard it's close to the one that's already in there. So uh, can I explain my entry? I've taken like 4 trades, so not sure which one you're talking about, but just go on paintingthetape.net. My playbook is in there, and you'll get all you need when it comes to me, at least. My settings, it's just a 1 minute Heikin-Ashi off of the standard uh book. The leg to leg delta, I do change it. So today it's a 50-point rotation, 16 tick compression.
Be 26. Yeah, we'll see. Yui, we'll see. I think with the gap will close. I'm not, I don't. At this point, I'm not too. I don't think we get a strong bounce from here. I think what I'm looking to do a short here on this bounce. To take out that low. Semis are weak. Gold is trying to lift.
Yeah, gold's putting in that second attempt tapered just like the first, and same decision. If they're gonna do that twice, they're definitely gonna get another attempt in the 4200s.
Apple's finally dropping.
Yeah, Matt, that's gonna be my new thing. Just hey, go to the playbook. Do I compress my time in sales? Yes. On ES, it's a 5 filter for size. On NQ, it's a 2. Method to calculate what tick compression? For leg to leg delta, if you're talking about that, it's just an eyeball for me. So I like to keep my charts like full range. I don't like it zoomed in like this or anything. I want to see the entire range of the day and some. And if I do this and the numbers are too scrunched in, that means I gotta increase the compression. So it's just an eyeball thing, really.
I'm interested in a short
Nick.
here just to go for that low. I'm gonna try it, and then I'm gonna put my stop at right above this 9 MA or high. So it's see if we come back down and make new lows.
Yeah, buyers got stuffed in the 30s just now. A lot of buying. Couldn't push it through. Same thing we saw in the 416s earlier. Happened lower.
If we bounce, maybe my swing's protected, but I think we're gonna close the gap.
Gap closed like in the 220s, 227 looks like maybe. 228s.
That's what you're looking for?
I think that's the gap fill, right? The 220.
Oh, the gap fill.
I'm already flat on the short. So
228, yeah. So let's do a buy for there if we do make it there. ES continues lower. I mean, it's NQ what's trying to fight.
Um, in what time frame do I draw my volume profile? You talking about this one right here, or my 1 hour chart with these uh coda?
I'm on the 2 minute, Butler. Where's the gap close on your chart? I think it was 228.
I have like around 228-ish, yeah, somewhere around there. 1 hour chart. Oh, these are all daily profiles. A full session, and then a 5 day rolling.
228 is the gap close. So I took a stop on the swing, menu lows. I'm gonna wait for lower prices to look for that possible scenario again. In the meantime, I'll just let this see how far we can drop.
What level do I use as references? I mean, I draw them. You can see some here. And if you want to know how I get my levels, paintingthetape.net. It's free. There is not a single piece of alpha that I have that is not free and available in that playbook. Yeah. Quote, go to my playbook. That's the new. It would definitely be a lot easier to follow along with my trading if you spend a bit of time reading it through, because everything I do is the same thing over and over. It's nothing different.
All right, so we're into it. Let's see if we close the gap.
It's close. Yeah, thanks, Leo.
Do half off at 1.5 R, and then I'll hold the rest and see if we do a flush.
I think honestly this can go down further to like the 170s to prior week close 160. It's definitely got the juice. Because as they're moving lower, they're just trapping the buyers every time. It's like fuel to the flame right now.
What do you mean, what is my R? Like, what's my risk? How many points? It's here. My entry was at 298. My stop is at 341. That's 43 points. I mean, it's pretty oversold now, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bounce. But, oh, did it close the gap?
Not yet.
228. Oh, it's very close.
Very close. They're gonna do it. I do think they can trade closer to 160s today. If the order flow remains the way it is now, it's a really angry tape. The issue is it's not that price isn't finding buyers as they move lower. They're definitely finding buyers. And they're setting that new buying offsides as well, which can keep triggering further downsides until they actually get some forward progress.
Yeah, I was trying to look for a bounce, and I mean, I saw it on the 2 minute, but I was looking for a stronger one, and I figured, hey, we're probably not going to bounce into the 5 minute 9 MA, and we bounced into the 2 minute 9 MA. So then I took a short when uh, when we broke below that rejection candle right here. So this is our pullback rejection candle, that doji. So that was like my technical entry, was to break below that. Gap close. Now let's see how much further we can drop. And see if we can make some more points.
What's going on backstage right now? What are you
Pretty
guys doing?
extended though.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people back here. It's still really bottom heavy right now, this volume. No taper yet on NQ. ES also no taper just yet.
Maybe we can flush here so I can take some more off.
It's really heavy down here.
Yeah, look at that 2 minute, just downtrend. 5 minute, no bounce at all.
The last like 15-minute candles are crazy. Just complete engulfing candles of each other. It's getting real sticky down here. But still pretty heavy. Even if they bounce up from here, I think they'll cut through this low afterwards when they find that reoffer. We are about 100 points from the 90 MA right now, that's a stretch.
On what? On the 5 minute?
Yeah, like 90 points ish. Which yeah, usually it does retrace.
It took more off here around 1. What was this? 1.5 R again. And now I just have 1/4 left.
Nice short, man. How do I get to your playbook? Paintingthetape.net, and then find just click playbooks and then click my playbook. There's a link. There's a flush. More trap buying. Say it ain't so. Do I trade live regularly? Yes, very regularly. Or here on NT Live. Stick around. You might like what you see, you might hate it. There's only one way to find out. Also, hit the likes, please.
Curse, I just went over it, but I'll go over it again. I was looking for a 5-minute bounce to create a wedge to short this. So we had our low, our swing high, and then typically we create a wedging structure, but the selling was too aggressive. So instead I went down to a 2-minute time frame and I shorted the bounce into the 9MA. I shorted the rejection from it with the break below this doji candle being as like my entry. We're at 200 now. That's where you went long. I did that where I took a short. So ES is into 67.9. Remember, that's the next. So I'll go over these scenarios here. The hourly here was if scenario 2 would be a move down to 67.93, which we are right now. That's a good support area. NQ has closed the gap. Did not bounce from there. I have 25,110 as the next area. But being that ES is at 93, I think there could be a bounce here. But either way, the tape is quite strong to the downside. Yeah, this is a big breakdown.
Yeah, we're definitely getting some new price discovery downside. If you guys look higher time frame, there's just like no volume, and now there's the whole day is spent building volume where there was none on the downside. So I would be very wary. If you want to get long, just make sure you're not doing it because you missed a short. That's all I'll say.
It's trying.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm on the 2-minute now.
Hey, there's a big party going on.
Mic check, mic check.
What's happening now?
Check, check. Hey, do you even know where you are in the world right now?
I'm in a time zone.
I can only imagine the thought of being jet lagged, being completely the other side of the world, getting home, and then jumping on a stream.
Dude, yeah, I had 2.5 hours of sleep. I was telling chat they're like, oh, what time zone does it feel like? I was like, I don't know. My brain's on delayed data. That's what it feels
Yep.
like.
I don't
Delayed
doubt
data
it,
brain.
man.
All right.
It
I can
seems
go
like
with that.
seems like you traded it pretty well for having no idea where you are.
Can't complain. Cannot complain. And I'm happy to see you guys coming on because it means I get to get off soon and go
Take a nap.
unconscious for a bit. Try to find whatever time zone that my brain wants to settle into. But yeah, why is this such a big party right now? What's going on? Is it going to be a three-way
I don't know.
midday?
I guess
partying.
so. We're gonna have some
It
fun.
is. What's up, guys?
Wow.
Hey,
What's up?
Salma. Good to meet
How you
you.
doing? Nice to meet you guys.
Nice
Excited to
meeting you.
be here. XY, Japan. That's probably on my top three of where I'd love to go visit.
Dude, you're gonna love it. I've been back every year. Like I it's like my third consecutive year. Um, and there's only a gap because of COVID. So it's awesome. Right now, especially with the yen as weak as it is, the dollar goes really far, so you can just do all sorts of stuff.
Did omakase and
Oh
Pokemon
yeah,
cards.
dude, so much,
That's it.
so much.
Somebody was asking if you got some, what was it, Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
Yeah, how do you go to Japan and not pick up some of those?
One of my uh one of my buddies, so they brought their daughter, she just turned 3, so we took her to like this Pokemon center or a cafe or something. And one of my buddies, he's like, dude, I'm gonna buy 10 packs of cards because then I guess you can open the packs and sometimes you'll get cards that are worth a lot or something. He's like, I'm gambling, I'm buying 10 packs. I was like, screw it, I'll buy 10 too. So I have 10 packs right now that I haven't opened because I wouldn't know what I'm looking at anyway. So I gotta figure out how to figure out what I even have. Um, but that's it. No Yu-Gi-Oh cards, no nothing like that. But I got some Pokemon cards. We're gonna find out. If I get anything worth a damn, I'll let you guys know.
Cool.
No, I don't speak Japanese. Live on
All right,
stream.
guys, I'm out of here. XY
So
will
we're gonna
probably
Enjoy
let
go
your
take a
these
day.
nap.
we're gonna let them take the party over. I'm gonna go close
Of
my eyes
course.
for a long time.
All right, guys, you guys enjoyed the session. All right, take
Appreciate
care,
it.
chat.
See ya.
Enjoy.
Good
Take
chat.
care.
Later, Leo.
See ya. What's up, Salma?
How you doing, Leo?
Pretty good. Actually, just jumped in a little long right as we were hopping in.
I was trying to get in the same long and
I'm in 220s here.
kind of scratched out myself.
I thought we'd actually sweep that level, but I guess not.
Okay.
And we had NQ finally did fill the gap from Sunday and
Yeah.
Friday to Sunday, thank God.
I saw that. Yep.
ES still has a ways to go, to be honest.
Does it really?
Yeah, like another 40 or so points.
Every once in a while, I should start pulling up an ES chart.
But as you guys were paying attention to or hearing me chime in from the chat, I got short back on this reoffer in the opening range when we rejected off the overnight VWAP. I just kind of wrote it down. I thought the gap fill made sense. ES honestly was kind of leading this a little bit more. NQ kind of came all the way back to the top of its opening range. ES still was kind of giving me some hope that this was actually going to be a true reoffer, but we rejected pretty hard off that and then just melted down slowly. And I covered because I'm soft. I'm a soft trader, so clearly I have to cover at the week open. I have no faith in sellers actually taking us all the way down to fill the gap, mainly because ES's was so much further away. I just thought, maybe it won't happen. And I saw some buyers kind of initiating right at the week open again, so I decided to flatten. I think exactly the same time XY was getting out of his short too. So we'll see how much lower it goes, if it does.
Still a good trade.
But yeah, I got 150 points.
I
Full
mean,
size.
That's awesome.
I'm never mad about 150 points.
Nick, now that you mentioned that we still have that gap, I just literally pulled it up now. 88 would be like the midpoint of that gap. So if ES wanted to make another leg lower, probably be looking at that level to be swept.
88. Okay. Yeah, where is the gap? I need to actually get a hard number.
If you go
65?
RTH,
66?
I have 6250 to 813.
Okay.
762 to 813. And then that midpoint would be about 88.
Yeah, we'll see how motivated sellers are because they've been non-existent this entire week, it seems.
They've been pretty heavy today.
Oh, yeah. maybe a bit of a sell. I mean, we started kind of selling off a little bit last night, so I don't know if it was a little bit of a sell the news type thing with the government reopening finally, since that's been like telegraphed for the last week. I don't know. Just seemed like there was some motivation in London and in the pre-market, and we just kept going. And I got to my desk late too.
You're lucky. That was like some really trappy action right off the open.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
sure.
yeah, that was I think they trapped both sides, to be honest with you. Like just I got trapped a little bit earlier and then I was able to make a little bit of that back.
Leo, did you trade gold today?
No, I didn't.
I took a small short, and it of course waterfalled significantly further after that. But
Nice.
I don't know.
Love
I was
that.
very scared shorting gold even after it broke the opening range to the downside. It just seemed like there's unlimited buyers. And with the weakness in equities, I'm like, okay, maybe this is kind of that fear bid going back into gold.
Right.
Because we saw I think Tracy was talking about it yesterday, but we saw like that defensive rotation in the Dow was
Yeah,
just
yeah,
straight
yeah,
big
yeah.
yesterday. So I, for some reason, thought, okay, that would also make sense why everybody's kind of jumping right back into gold again.
All right, I'm gonna go this NQ trade. Um, uh, this gold short right off the OR mid, played
Yep.
out really nice.
Yep. Yeah,
The
I kind of jumped
stats,
in once it broke like 34s, 35s and change.
yeah.
And I covered kind of down towards the 24-hour VWAP around like it was basically the previous day high was sitting there too. So kind of a decent place to cover.
You guys
But
both mainly just trade NQ?
I mean, I kind of trade everything now, it seems.
Cool.
But mainly, I mean, ESNQ, and I've been dabbling in gold for the last like 2 months.
Yeah, gold was such a nice trade, leading up to probably a little bit after like my round in the competition. And then it
Hmm.
started, started to become really, really choppy. Chat's asking me if they're like, are you trading gold right now? I thought you only trade GC. I gave it a little bit of a rest. She was like getting a little toxic. So
How
I've been trading ES lately, a little bit slower and, you know, just just my kind of pace.
how far? Yes, it's gonna go. What indicator is the horizontal blue and red bars on your chart? Are you referring to this delta profile here? I'm assuming. I really
I
don't
don't know
want to
about you
long this.
guys. Are you guys in anything right now? You're still in your long, or are you
I'm not
guys
in
covered?
anything. Yeah,
No,
if
I'm
you want
flat.
to, you can share.
Yeah, me too. I caught shorts on ES from 43 and then I covered at 08 and it looks like I left a little bit on the table here, but
Yeah, sounds
That's
like mine, but it's hard to get too mad when you still capture over 100 points in NQ. Like that's
right.
who's getting into that trade thinking I'm going to catch the entire gap fill.
Yeah, I'll wait for like a retest or something, see if there's a valid entry.
I would still like see. G-line stat looking good on yes. Yeah, I would imagine we could easily head down there to the week open. Osama, that's actually the level you were talking about too. Like that.
What is it?
It's around 88. It's the week open is sitting down there too.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, if you look on the 4 hour on ES, it like to me it looks like we should be sweeping this 93 level from Monday's 10 a.m. candle.
Oh, I don't think we can't see what you're sharing
No, I
technically.
know.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean, if anyone is following, if they have like their chart up, I'll show it when I do share my screen. But yeah, I was expecting like us to sweep that and then potentially like bouncing off, the midpoint of that gap or the weekly open. I do have a level down there where buyers should step up, but let's see. We definitely slowed down a lot.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna wait for this zone here from 80, these 80s to 52. It's kind of an area that um we look at just from a it's a bit of a standard deviation type of range. It's not technically that, but it's the same area that we bounced from Friday. That was Friday's low. Was the range calculated from this? So that's what I'm going to be.
never forget Leo on Friday when we called the bottom and didn't trade it.
Yeah, don't you love that?
Well, nothing. If you guys didn't know, right after Leo and I went off, I went to the zoo and was trying to be a good dad and not look at my phone, look at the markets, and be engaged. And I come back to the desk and I see that we had not only rallied from that point, but rallied like 600 points. And
Ouch.
was just like, oh, okay, glad that happened the second I left.
Hey, at least your analysis was on point.
I mean, it made sense to bounce there. It still looked pretty heavy. And for the majority of that morning, I mean, every buyer was just eventually punched in the face. But yeah, Wit's right. Life lesson: don't go to the zoo.
That's so funny.
No, we had a fun time, so well worth it. And I had a good day anyway, so no big deal. Let's see. Yes, still doing nothing.
Guys, we have Euro close in about 18 minutes or so.
What's that?
Oh, what's that? I don't know, but I hear people say it all the time, so I figured
Yeah,
I'd say it.
I'm just joking around.
I'm
No,
pretty
I know.
sure the sell the New York Open, buy the Euro close has worked like all week, like
All
violently
right,
on
let's
Monday
do
and
it.
Tuesday. I don't know if I want to do that after like fading this level of the trend, but that was when it just seemed to start making its trek to new highs of the day.
I think that's actually where we bottomed yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was on stream at that point too, with the same time segment, and I was looking for longs, ended up getting stopped out, and then and then the move happened. Of course, as is tradition, everyone knows.
Very sleepy action right now.
That's what happens when me and Nick get on stream together. So they didn't warn you, but
No, I
if
got
you
no
want
forewarning.
if you want to get stuck in a 20-point range, just ask me and Nick to get on stream together.
That is correct. It is tradition.
I'm gonna take it up with the Ninja team. Just kidding. Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate you letting me tune in. By the way, I am repping my Ninja gear. I don't know if you guys can see that.
Nice. Are you gonna be coming on the stream on a regular basis? Is this a
I don't know.
is this a hint?
That's kind of dependent on the team. I'm not sure. And
All
dependent
right.
on the chat. If
I
chat
like
wants me to
it.
come back.
I like it.
Definitely something we can work out.
It's always good to have new faces, new people to learn how you trade. I have no idea how you trade. Um, so
I was
I
gonna
look
make a
forward to
joke
it.
and say I have no idea how I trade, but I don't want people to think I'm serious.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
I just use like you just said standard deviations. I use those. I use fibs a lot
Hmm.
and key levels. Like that's about it, really.
Yeah.
And I know you love your opening range as well.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a kind of a hodgepodge of different mechanical setups that I use. And then levels, I heard you say the week open. That's a huge, very important level for me.
Right.
And then just a couple of other things. And then from an execution standpoint, I just use order flow, just to, give me that, not confirmation, but confidence in the trade. Um, so it's kind of the backbone of how I trade.
Yeah, I use a number of different things as well. And I actually sometimes like I just prefer to just look at how the candles are forming.
here,
Yeah.
I
Sal,
know that.
I can pull my
Yeah.
screen back. Why don't you, because I don't think anyone's gotten to really see your style or see kind of how you look at the markets if you want to share and kind of talk through it a little bit.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Sure. Yeah. Why not? Can you guys see it?
Yep. Oh, 1 second.
Yeah. I'm still getting used to like how all this works, to be honest with you.
All right, now we can
All
see
right,
your
cool.
charts.
Yeah, so I actually just tweeted yesterday about how on trend days I love to have the 9 EMA. That's this pink line, guys. It helps me to know to stay in trend, right? And also, like right now, I'm cash, right? So if I wanted to get into shorts, I would wait for us to kind of retest the 9 EMA. If it still looks good, then I'll enter and ride the momentum down or up, whichever direction. And then other than that, like I said before, just key levels. I have an indicator that I found not too long ago. If anyone wants it, it's called Key Levels by Spaceman. It's good for monthly, quarterly, weekly 4 hour, whatever other key levels that you want. And then I just draw my fibs. I go on the higher time frame. I draw my fibs from, high to low. And then I also go on lower time frame, like the 1 hour. So I'll just show you guys. Looks like a lot is going on, but I can tell you, like, I know everything that's happening and I know why everything is there, right? Like, um, take off the indicators. Okay. Yeah, so I will just take my most recent high and then my most recent low, but obviously before the market opens, I draw that, go down to the 1 hour, do it again, and then I find my zones in between those fibs. And then once the market opens, take the 30-minute opening range, and I like to draw standard deviations on that 30-minute candle, and then I have my levels for the day, and that's it. It's literally just that simple. And then I just play the levels. And like I said before, I know this sounds super simple, but just the way the candles form. Like this is one of my favorite setups here. Um, Basically at the highs, when we have a candle that prints like this, to me, it looks like a reversal is going to happen. And those are the kind of plays that I love to get into. So, um, yeah, super simple.
That's
And
pretty
then if
nice.
anyone Yeah, I mean, trust me, I know it looks crazy. And if you don't know, like, if you're not the one drawing it every morning, then you're
Yeah.
kind of a little bit lost.
Yeah.
And that goes for anyone's charts, right? Like, I won't know what, Leo's looking at or Nick's looking at. But once you get into that repetition, once you start to do it every single day, then you know exactly what to look for. And by the way, this green line right here that I drew, this is that midpoint of the gap. So I know that 88 is a potential place where we could bounce off of that midpoint of the gap. And someone asked me, how do you get gaps? You literally go on regular trading hours, guys. This is the way I do it. I don't know about anyone else. Nick, this is how I got it before. For ES, I like to take a little rectangle, draw it, and then this dashed line is my midpoint. And as you can see, I just marked it with a green line and then I can delete this box. and now I know midpoint is where I expect it to bounce if it
Got it.
does. Yeah. If anyone has any questions, Selma, do you have a YouTube channel? I do, but not one that I like actively use or trade live on or anything like that. Um, how do you like your charts? Oh yeah. I'm sorry guys, I'm a white mode charter.
We won't hold it against you. There
Yeah,
are
please don't.
several bright mode enjoyers on this stream. And Leo and I hate every single one of them, but we just don't talk about it.
Wait,
I
I'm
what?
didn't
kidding.
realize.
I'm kidding. I just don't know how you guys do it, honestly. Maybe I'm getting old. My eyes just could not look at that screen.
Um, honestly, I don't know either because like everything else for me is dark mode. Like everything except my charts. How do I get the link for this indicator? Oh, here. Get
Well,
you
that's
guys the
a
link.
potentially that could be a better low if we want to get back into structure here on NQ.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still upset because ES missed the week open by like 5 points there. 7 points, 6 points, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not convinced yet.
Now there'll probably be another low. But who knows? Sellers like to drop the ball at this time of the day several times.
Yep.
So a good puke into the euro close and maybe that'll do it. Who knows?
Yeah, again, guys, like when Euro closes at 11:30, like those participants are no longer in the market. So if they are the ones who are heavily shorting, then that's when we can potentially see that reversal, that V-shaped reversal.
Cooper, I thought we were friends. I didn't know you were a white chart enjoyer as well.
Try it. Don't knock it till you try it, Nick.
Well, everything when I first like got TradingView or anything, everything is always set to like white as default, and I always just immediately find out how do I flip it. Every application, everything I use. I mean, I don't have a like coding engineering background, but I've just been in that world for so long that dark mode was like the greatest thing ever when it finally was pushed.
I was gonna say, like when dark mode became like the thing, where was it all of our lives? It came very late.
I mean,
I feel like it
engineers,
just,
coders, developers kind of used it, I think, for a long period of time. But when it went mainstream, I don't even know anymore. I feel like it's been forever.
yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's been just within like the last 3 years or so. Social media, like, you know, TradingView, other platforms. I don't know.
Nick selling about to give up on the London close here. It's very possible. It seems like that's happened every day this week. But there definitely are motivated sellers today, which we have not seen all week. But I'm kind of weirdly looking for a long, to be honest.
Same.
Guys, someone in the chat really wants to know where I'm from that they posted it 5 times.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
I never know how to answer that question. Like,
I always just
you know,
say from planet Earth.
yeah, I'm from here, guys. I'm from somewhere around here.
Creepy. Everybody wants you to come back, Salma. So you get my vote. The chat wants you back.
Leo, put in a good word for me.
I'm gonna call Shab after this and be like, "Yo, Salma is such a
Thank
chill
you.
trader, and she needs to be on the network."
Thank you. Thank you. Someone said it was their first time seeing me. I was on the first round of the competition, and I'll be on Monday as well.
Yeah, but I feel like the competition days, like it's just pure chaos because
It's
there's
pure
so many of us
chaos.
going. So no one got to
Yeah.
really
Honestly,
see you, hear from you, understand your style a little more in depth. So it's good that you're coming back to like do this session.
yeah. I mean, I honestly, I think I took the competition a little too serious and too conservative.
Uh,
Like after my round, everyone kind of was just doing it for like funsies. And I'm like, damn, I should have just went full degen and just kind of, traded everything. I was being
I
so
think
conservative.
that's what I tried to do. As
Mhm.
made that pretty obvious. And I think that was a mistake. I should have just traded NQ and ES and just left the other markets to do
Yep.
whatever they want to do. You know?
I was trying to trade like all five as well and quickly
Yeah.
went
It was
$1,500 of drawdown very fast
it's
and
too
then
much.
went back to only trading GC and NQ and got myself almost back to catch merit, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my issue was like I traded right before I was supposed to get on, and I took a loss right like prior to going live, and I was trying to come back from that. And so I was like, okay,
Mm,
I broke even. Now let me not go back in the red. And I
yeah.
just, yeah. Oh, Shad's in this chat.
Did I hear a
Someone
good
said,
word? We have lots of good words,
thank you, Leo.
Shab.
Appreciate that.
That week open and yes, definitely looks like somebody. There's got to be somebody hungry for that.
Mm-hmm.
It just would make sense, in my opinion.
No, yeah, it would. We hit it in NQ. Let's hit it in. Let's get it out of the way in ES. You know.
Well, Nick, you said that NQ filled the gap, correct?
NQ filled its gap from Friday. ES has not.
Okay, wait, I need to see NQ here.
Oh, there we go. Oh, what is going on with my
I see
candles?
that. Huh. I'm wondering if NQ will lead the reversal. Interesting.
Lovely.
This is a this is a spot where I'm itching to get long right here, but
I think I need ES to tag
am
G line
yeah.
first.
I think you're right, Nick.
Also doesn't help my for some reason my leg to leg is like on my ES chart right now is all gray. It's not actually printing, so I don't know what's going on.
Love that. Just hit F5. Yeah.
Wait, what's G line?
The week open.
It's the week
Oh, okay.
open. We just
Oh, okay.
we renamed it because of how good it is.
Okay, I'm gonna start saying that too. It sounds cool.
Yeah, it's Leo's invention. Just we renamed the week open.
For the longest time, I had no idea what he was talking about because he wouldn't refer to it ever as the week open. And I was like, I have the week open there. Like, but what do you, I don't get why,
What's the
what's
G
the G
line?
line?
It's funny because I wanted to ask you guys like 20 minutes ago, and I'm like, let me not.
No, you can ask us anything. We're open books.
Yeah.
Cool.
I might need to reload this. It's not working.
All right, just do it. Flush it. You know you want to just sweep that level.
It does. She knows it.
Just do it.
They're gonna fight it. Wouldn't it be funny if they just left it behind? And that would be tilting.
Well, after Friday, it would not shock me if they did anything to leave sellers in the dust eventually. Yes. There it is.
Yeah, Leo, this is an easy day to till on. Very easy day to till on.
Yeah. I think many traders have a hard time with the trend moves. The best thing for I think most like newer and developing traders is to just sit on the sidelines for like trend when there's an active trend, you know,
Hmm.
if you don't have like a good trend trading intraday trend trading strategy, I think most people should just wait until that trend is over, have some type of method to determine that, and then start to get involved with some of the range plays, you know?
Yeah, again, that's why like I tweeted yesterday about that 9 EMA. It's been very helpful for me. I know I think XY uses 9 EMA as well. It's just like look at it. Since basically, yeah, like since 7 a.m., we've just been downtrending. And every time we've come to retest this 9 EMA, we've gotten smacked right back down. So it's very useful on trend days.
Oh, are they really going to leave it behind?
You know
Or
what? It would not surprise me if they did. Lee, are you watching the tape right now?
Just keeping an eye on it. This leg to
Cool,
leg is
cool.
really, you know, basically like if you're looking at the bottom part here, there's kind of like every time we hit these lows, there's so much selling into it. Um, that's being met by just a bid, like a limit bid, right? And so essentially what this is telling you is that, basically like there's limit buyers just kind of sitting here on the bid. And so we keep running into that and not able to really flush lower. So basically there's just like a lot of liquidity in this spot on the bid side. And sellers are not able to press through it.
Cool. Yeah, this is something I think we all need to learn. Reading the tape, learning how to read it has definitely been on my like to-do list
Yeah.
that I never have gotten around to.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of context, on what's happening underneath the hood. It's not the be all end all, but it definitely
Right.
helps give you the confidence to pull the trigger sometimes, or even just gives you the context of what's going on, right? Like you have your levels of importance, and oh, so do I. But then it's just like, how do you get confidence to hit those trades? And for me, it's just like I like to understand what's happening between the people that move the market, right? We can all agree that the market moves based on buyers and sellers. um, and so being able to watch how those buyers and sellers are interacting and what's happening is kind of the key for me.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I think that would just be like it would I can only imagine it heightening your trading abilities and your trading strategy. Like it can only make things better for you to know how to read the tape.
Yeah.
And especially like I trade options as well, but I feel like especially for futures, it would be very beneficial when you're intraday trading to see where like buyers or sellers are stacked.
Yeah.
So
Maybe missed our chance to snag that. So we'll have to see.
someone's asking you, where are you reading the tape at? Like, I guess what platform?
It's just off a different platform. I was trying to get something to load up for NT for the NT stream so we could kind of talk through some things. And I just haven't had a chance to do that. I might be able to snag that for the trade the close session.
Cool.
I may spite not take it long because of that week open NES.
Someone in the chat asked me, for my 9 EMA, what's my source? I do close. And then someone else asked, do you use 9 as the over under for long versus short? Yeah, exactly. Sometimes like the 5 minute can fake you out. So I like to just before I get out of a position, I like to switch to the 15 real quick and see if, I can continue to hold. Because if you
Order
look
filled.
here, this is what happened earlier in the
Order
morning
filled.
with the fake out. We got an insane pump here out of nowhere. I think it might have been someone was talking,
Order
and we
filled.
closed above the 9 EMA. Typically here, you would stop out, right? But if you switch to the 15, the next 15-minute candle opened, and we smacked right back down and closed below it.
Order filled.
So,
Order
yeah.
filled.
Josh said,
Order filled.
I can send you something,
Order
Leo.
filled.
It's basically an inverse tape
Order
of my
filled.
trades, 100% win rate. That's amazing.
Order filled.
Send it my way, buddy. You just hit those DMs, brother. 100% win rate. We could put that on the stream. Did I take the OR mid short? I did not. I wasn't here. What was it here?
Order filled.
I mean, there wasn't like a super clean OR mid. I mean, I know it's still kind of a range, but
Order rejected.
Yeah, I mean, it
no, I
tapped
guess
it and
it did.
hit the prior day low.
Yeah.
Order rejected.
Kind of went a little higher, but yeah, it's definitely the trade setup was there. You know, it never
Mhm.
breached the OR high. So,
But I'm saying like some people are so used to like your to the tick
to the tick,
opening range
yeah,
mid
I know.
trades that exist some days.
Yeah, this one's just not always that good. 5-minute OR. There's a write up on paintingthetape.net if you want to read about it. Just goes through the whole thing. Honestly, I might want to take a stab at shorting this little pop for like a quick scalp.
For a new low?
Yeah,
For
I might do it.
for the G line?
Yeah, I might go for it.
I don't see anything I like.
30-second opening range is just for scalping? No, I think there's a method behind Pax's madness with that, and there are some good ways to stay on the right side of momentum and ride that thing down for, average rotations. There's definitely I wouldn't say scalping. Like I think you can actually catch a trend that way.
Pax just spawned out of nowhere and said, "Hell no."
See? Yeah, definitely not for scalping. I've seen the way he trades. Like you can definitely add to those and keep riding it down to the next rung, as he calls it. See, he's short from 68.44. Still holding.
All right,
Pax, I shorted 43.
I'm gonna cover one here for 30 and then just let this run. See if we can't get a new low on the day.
That was a good drop.
Yeah, thanks.
Nice trade.
Did you take it NQ?
Maybe,
Yeah.
Yes.
that was good. Pax, no.
Holy.
You
Whoa.
got an applause.
See, Pax, I need you in my ear when I was still short from 470s, telling me to stay in and keep adding as it keeps breaking these levels instead of me covering where I covered, but still working on it.
Yeah, I think we may have covered a little prematurely.
We just need ES to fall off this.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
like
like hanging on to a little part of the big node here.
a very annoying volume build here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Pax has 67.85 next on ES.
I
think
like
that
it, Pax. Let's go. I'll take 87. I'll cover NQ on a new low though.
that sweeps both the midpoint and the weekly open if we hit that. Here they come. Want to drop it?
Oh, they better do it. Who is this absorber?
Oh, whoever it is, they're watching the ninja stream. They're just wanting to frustrate me.
Wouldn't be the first time.
MM's in the
Order
chat.
filled. Order filled. Order filled.
MM's in the chat.
Order filled.
You got 190
Order
guy
filled.
in
Order
queue
filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order
90,
filled. Order filled. Order filled.
94
Order
guy.
filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order
Shorts are
filled. Order
cooked here.
filled.
Really?
Order filled. Order
I
filled.
don't know.
Order rejected. Order rejected. Order
I don't
rejected.
know about that.
This level not giving up is a little concerning.
I mean, basically everyone that's been long this week is offsides.
Like I'm talking to one of my daughters. Come on, sweetheart.
All right. I'll take it for 60 points.
Oh yeah,
That's awesome.
Daddy's gonna get
Nice
his
trade.
Ferragamos.
Nice trade.
Thank you.
You know, the first time they did that when I was on stream, I thought Pax was in the room with us.
It sounds so real, like in the background.
I didn't realize that they do like the voiceover, so I was like
Yeah.
Oh
so
yeah.
taken off guard.
You need to be careful with what you say on this stream because at any point,
They're going to
Can get
clip that.
the boys behind the scenes can clip it and make you into a meme for the rest of us to enjoy.
They're gonna
Yeah.
clip that, man.
See?
Yep,
I
exactly.
volunteer.
Exactly.
All right, here we go.
And
There's the
there's
week
the
open.
week open.
Ding,
Come
ding, ding,
on.
ding.
We did it.
Wow.
I should still probably be holding my thank you short.
Okay, guys, Element Particles is asking Ninja, how many likes does the chat need to rally before we can get Salma a regular on Ninja?
Well,
I mean, usually we have about 700 likes by this time of day, and I'm looking at 390. Is that real?
I had
Yeah.
439 on my end.
439. Okay.
And
That
there's
is
over
insanely low.
Damn,
there's-
there's 452.
Damn.
there's 900
okay.
people watching too.
I'm going to take
And-
one contract long. I'm going to use the profits from that prior trade to try to scalp this bottom. It's in this range that I talked about a minute ago and get a little bit of a rally here.
If we can retest 6,800, I'll get on a short.
I'll take one stab at this trade.
Don't know if we get there.
Yeah, this is a situation I would want to see everybody kind of pushing us out of here quick.
Yeah.
Otherwise, ES is probably going to go fill its gap.
Bunch of buyers just stepped in there right at 68. Let's see if they can push this thing. They kind of lit up the tape there for a second and then disappeared. Come on.
You guys need to like the thumbs up the live, guys. I don't know whether to call it a live, a video, or what.
Just like the stream.
Yeah, there you go. Stream. Yes. Thumb it up. Thanks, Element Particles. All right, Leo, Nick, is it a little concerning for you guys that ES swept that weekly open and then now we're back to almost like doing nothing? Like
I don't love that. I mean,
for longs, that
yeah.
would mean, like I'm not happy if I'm trying to get long because they're not doing what I want, which would be like a quick kind of V out of here back into that other distribution we were just building. So yeah, I think we might head a little lower here.
I got out of the long, got stopped out there for 15 points. Still,
It could still work. That long can still work.
Yeah, I'm gonna just wait just for a second. I might take another. I just want to see what we do down here. Trend down, but we're at kind of an important area for me. They may have just stopped me out just to run it, which is classic NQ move. Yeah, but ES, it's I don't know. It's better to wait and see right now for any counter trade.
If only I had a runner.
All right, I'm gonna set a limit and see. It doesn't look like I'm gonna get it. Hey yo, I got a compliment, Nick, on my white chart.
What is it?
It's easier to read the numbers.
I mean, that's completely fair.
You're welcome.
I always think that they don't quite translate as well on the dark mode charts when they come on the stream. Like I can see them perfectly, but
yeah, because the chart's a little far. You can't really zoom in. You're welcome, guys. I so did that on purpose to help you out. Pre-planned. Yeah, this is a tricky spot here on ES.
Yeah, they're still putting volume in. Most of it's on the bid side.
Can you guys tell I don't trade NQ because there's not a single drawing on this chart?
That's totally fine. I've tried to flip back over to ES. I started when I started to learn how to trade futures.
Yeah.
I traded ES for a couple of years. And about 3 years ago, I flipped over to NQ, and I've tried a few times to go back to ES, and it's just, I don't know. I just hate my life.
But what's funny is like days I'm trading ES, I feel like they're days like this where you get the range expansion. It usually is a trend day down where you can actually capture points relatively quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And days I hate a yes is probably a day like Tuesday afternoon where we're just drifting, levitating up the slowest possible way. And 10
Yeah, I
points
used to
is like a massive trade in that tape.
I used to dabble in NQ until I got so tired of being wicked out and then, would immediately run to my TP. And I'm not the kind of person who can scalp. I like to, get into a trade and kind of just let it do its thing, whether I get stopped out or TP hits. And NQ would just wake me out every single time. Um, and I was like, you know what? I give up. I never went back.
You tapped out. You're like,
Yeah, and then I started to like dabble into gold, and gold was really good during like right before it finally broke out.
yeah,
And of course, once it breaks out, volatility kicks in, and what does gold start to do? It starts to have all this wiki action, and that's why I kind of gave it up after my round in the competition. I was like, I can't keep doing this. It's not good for the health. It's not good for the soul.
yeah.
It's Mark's first time here in the chat. Mark, we do this very regularly. In fact, we do this all week. You can find some good traders trading the open every single day, as well as 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday. A bunch of us are trading the close for Power Hour as well. So if you haven't subscribed, feel free to do so and join us here every single day of the week.
And like the stream.
And hit the thumbs up button.
Yes.
Leo, they took you out and decided to go.
Yeah. I feel like I'm still gonna get an entry.
That never fails.
And then ES just immediately
ES
rejects.
failed that week open.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had a good day with that trade, so I don't know how much more I'm going to do today.
We're gonna jump in here.
I do hope they push it. I want a re-entry for shorts. Guys, someone called us a nice trio.
Oh, nice.
That's very polite. Very
I'll
nice
take
of them.
Someone said sound the stream. I do not.
Okay.
I don't do well in front of crowds, guys. This is
Salma, I
very new
don't
to me.
really love talking to people either, but it's not that bad.
That's not what she said. Let's back up here. She did not say I don't enjoy talking to people. She said she doesn't enjoy trading live in front of everybody all the time.
Thank you.
I was trying to make jokes.
No, so like this is not something that I do very often. And I personally hate public speaking. To me, this is a form of public speaking. I'm not a fan, but
yeah,
we're getting used to it. Guys, 2026 is around the corner. If you're not doing something that is forcing you to step out of your comfort zone, what are we doing with ourselves?
Yeah, that's facts.
I agree.
Like, thank you.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I think a lot of us are, honestly, on this show, on this stream, are naturally more introverted as it is, and yeah, it just you get used to it, I guess.
So that's twice NQ to stop me on to run. That's great.
That's just mean.
That's great.
Oh no.
That's tragic.
Whatever. Yeah. You do you, NQ.
Did ES look like it a better long there? No, not really.
I no, I don't love it. Like we're just lingering around this midpoint of the gap.
Yeah.
Would like to see a little higher if anyone wants to enter shorts. Kat, if you're gonna mention me or ask me a question or anything like that, spell my name right. It's not that hard. It's 5 letters.
What's your Twitter handle?
Oh, Salma OGS.
Oh, we follow each other.
Yeah,
Nice.
what do you mean? You didn't know this was me?
No, no. I mean,
Hold up.
I know of you. I just didn't know if I was gonna make sure I follow you.
Leo,
Yeah.
what the heck?
Apparently, I need to fall on the sword and say, I guess I was not following you. So now I am.
Leo, we have had a conversation about your OR method.
Even your fake account follows me.
Oh yeah, that's great. I don't
Yeah, you have like a
understand.
few fakes. You have like 3 or 4 fakes.
It's not 3 or 4. It's a lot more than that, unfortunately. I don't get what's the point of impersonating people?
I don't know, but someone like a couple months ago sent me my first, and I don't know if I was happy or sad that that was actually happening. That somebody is
It's just
actually trying to impersonate me of all people.
it's just weird.
Buyer's still trying here.
Yeah, man. I might be
3 strikes.
I'm just well, it was 2, but
I know.
I'm
We
not taking a
going for the
third.
third.
No. I'm
I
gonna
mean,
take my
at this point,
I'm
I'd
gonna
probably
take my
rather have.
profits that I have and just hang out for a bit.
Yeah, you're trading the close anyway, so we get to watch
Yeah,
more
yeah,
fun.
we do have to trade the close.
Is Kane joining you?
Kane will be on for trade the close. That's gonna be a regular occurrence.
Who is it?
Yeah. So a Ninja Trader mixing it up. I think it's cool.
Wait, Leo, you're still on after this?
I'm trading this afternoon on the trade the close segment.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So if you guys did not know, Leo will be back this afternoon, 1 or 2:30 Eastern, excuse me, to trade the close with Kane himself.
That's 1:30 Central.
I know, but everyone gets mad when I say Central in the chat, so I just try to make it easy.
Can we just all agree where the CME is?
I no, trust me, I'm team Central Time, and this is not a debate. It is the superior time zone to operate in mentally. But
Absolutely not.
yes, see,
I disagree.
the producers
See.
are all on board behind the scenes.
Eastern time is the only time zone that matters.
No. Central Time is definitely not fake. If any
Oh, so we
time
know
zone
you're in
is
Eastern time
fake,
zone. We know that.
Oh, yeah, that's not a secret. I'm from Jersey. I've said that before.
Oh, you're from Jersey. Okay, okay.
I'm from Jersey, yeah.
AJ's from Jersey.
can
My
Someone
we
family's
all
said-
from Jersey.
Wait, who's from Jersey?
AJ,
What's that?
you know, our boy Lucid AJ.
Oh. Really? You know, I just, because of you and Kane, I started venturing into Lucid.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I actually like them a lot.
Yeah, they're doing good stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know who you're referencing. I'm like, AJ, am I supposed to know who AJ is? That's cool though, yeah. Someone in the chat said they hear my accent. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I dig it. I mean, accents are cool. Everyone likes Kane's accent. You know, why can't they like a little New Jersey accent?
Well,
Sure,
I
boy.
don't feel
We
like
need
I
you.
have an accent.
Order filled.
It's a little there. I've heard it a few times. You know, it's slipped.
I'll take it.
I mean, if you had that Boston accent, you know, that thick Boston accent, that would be sick. There's a couple of people that I follow that have like this, like that insanely thick Boston. Like they roll the ah like really hard.
Yeah. There's a trade copier joke in there again.
Guys,
I can't.
someone said you don't have an accent, so everyone else has an accent. Yes, it's my world and you're all just living in it.
Shit.
That's so funny. I'm joking, by the way. Don't take me serious. Hey, 5 minute, is it looking like a bear flag to anyone?
Man, I haven't looked at a 5-minute chart since
All right.
I don't even know.
This
I
is
am the wrong person to ask. I'm not a chart pattern structure candle guy.
okay. All right. I take back my question. Leo, what time frame are you typically on? I thought you used the 5 minute for your opening range.
Everything I do is volume bars, like from an execution standpoint. So like even on this chart here, where like the OR mid is a screen line up here at 464 quarter, that's based on the 5-minute opening range, but I'm on a 500 volume chart right now here. So each bar is a 500 volume. I don't use any.
Okay.
Okay, so I do use time-based bars on a higher time frame. So like this is a 60-minute chart, with like levels like yes, last week's low, the open, prior last month's low, etc. But I don't use any time-based charts for an execution type of look.
I'm not gonna lie, everything you just said over my head.
That's all right. Well, hopefully you get to come back and we could talk about it some more.
Yes. Yes.
Leo, someone asked me yesterday, how come I don't use a lower time frame volume chart, like 100 volume, and I had to explain your old pitch to me to trade on God mode NQ with 300 volume. So we had a conversation about that yesterday. That was fun.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order rejected. Order rejected.
Guys, someone said 5 minute charts, white charts, patterns, Salmo rocks. I think, guys, I gotta come back.
Yeah, I think you're winning over the chat at the very least.
I'll take that.
I mean, that's all that matters, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you have to win the chat. That's how it works.
Yeah, nobody cares what we think. It's just the chat.
Well, I care what you guys think.
I've already said.
You're
big
welcome
words.
back anytime.
Thanks, Nick. I was a little nervous for this. I don't know if you guys could tell.
No.
I mean, you're doing great. This is fun. This is like a more relaxed, fun hour of the day, and then we have the kids' table in the afternoon that Leo and I are frequently on.
Honestly, kudos to you guys. Sometimes when whatever 2 o'clock rolls around Eastern time, I kind of get so bored and I just want to walk away from my desk.
Yep. And we have days, afternoons like that where we're not moving, and it turns into an episode of some random podcast that apparently we are just talking about because the topics go a variety of ways, as everybody in the chat knows.
Oh.
You can only do so much to pass 90 minutes in a 20-point NQ range.
I mean, look at what we've been doing since we got on stream.
One last stab at this long here.
Hopefully it works. Let's leave this little note here.
Leave it. And ES is actually a little more
constructive
than NQ is right now. So I'm just kind of using that as my gauge.
I would love for us to push higher.
Yeah, we can push higher into 280 and short 280, Selma.
Okay, but what is that for ES? I don't 280. Let's see.
That would be probably back up towards like
800s, 6811. 6811.
Okay, I like that actually.
Yeah.
That like 6808 aligns with the
Yeah.
15-minute 90-minute. All right, you know what? I'm gonna move.
There's a big low volume node there. And we know volume profile doesn't work, but it does work.
I read that on Twitter this week. Apparently it does not work.
They told me it doesn't work. But anyways, it's a low volume node. So like if you look at this chart right here, Selma, there's a distribution. So like there's all this volume right here. So lots of participants here, lots of participants here, and there's this little separation right here, right? That's a low volume node.
Yeah.
So price accelerated, like we punched through that, right? So we should, when we get to the upper edge of this distribution, like this would be a logical area for sellers to re-engage and hold us in this lower distribution down here.
Okay, cool.
So that aligns
I-
with the 6811s in ES.
You know what? If you're long, this is a nice setup
Yeah, I'm long.
considering
Yeah.
how the
Mhm.
15-minute candle closed.
ES looks
That
a
was,
lot better than NQ, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, we peaked above that little node it was building around the week open.
Yeah.
So Nick, it looks like 11:30 could have marked the low if they want to V-shape reverses.
I mean, yeah. Oh God, it really kind of did. That was like that
It
last
did.
push right after the close.
Yeah. I'm gonna cancel this. I'm gonna see how we react once we come up here.
That 200 seller on NQ still appears to be
Yeah.
there.
Still there. I wish I had two on because I would have covered one there. But you know what? I think I'm just gonna pull the stop up a little tighter. This I would want to see at least run to 280. So like the risk reward for this for me is better just to hold this for higher, another 50 points, and then I'll cover. If we don't get there, then so be it.
Yeah, sure.
It
We
might
can
be
hang
over
out, see how if
pretty
Leo.
soon.
Yeah, we're gonna stay on for another minute or maybe 30 seconds see how Leo's trade kind of plays out before we get out of here. But let's see. Let's stream through lunch. I mean, I'm happy to one of these days.
One of these days.
We can
But
just
not
keep
today.
going.
Today's
Not
not
today.
that day.
Not today. That's
Definitely not
hilarious.
today because I have to go start preparing my house for 50 plus people that are coming for a 1-year-old's birthday party.
Leo, unfortunately, it looks like ES is rejecting that non-EMA again and selling all.
You cut out there, and I think I have a network issue.
Is it you or is it me?
It might be. I think it's me.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a 9-point stop here. I think is reasonable. If we can hold this, it's fine. I'm fine. It's fine.
We're all
Where's
fine.
the meme? Where's the meme?
I mean, listen, it could still
Hey,
work because
it's gonna hold. Like it's holding. It's holding.
Yeah.
It's holding.
Yeah. We just bounced off that midpoint of the gap again. This is
I like
make
it.
or break here.
Yeah, we can't reject off 200s again. Like MM's in the chat, please
Give it a
chill.
break.
Like chill.
Oh my God.
Order filled.
Let's see. ES bounced right off the G line again.
That's good.
G-line?
G-line.
G-line's, guys,
G-line's in the chat. Salma has to
Uh,
come back now.
Yep.
She is such a gangster.
Guys, we need that on a shirt. G-line's in the chat.
That's
like
for
that.
real.
I like that a lot.
Nick is okay too.
Yeah. Debatable.
This is so tough here, Leo.
Yeah, I'm considering just covering this trade and just waiting. I really want to see like momentum out of here. That's what will give me I want to see that momentum push away and get up to those 280s. The market doesn't always give me what I want though.
It might right here.
I mean, it's trying.
Let's see. This can clear that 9 EMA and then push higher like we were talking about before. Wow.
All right, I think I'm gonna go and close this out. Take my money and run.
Well, nice trade, Leo.
Thank you.
And
That was awesome.
that'll wrap us up here with our midday market segment. Thank you guys all for hanging out with us. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Salma, for hanging out with us today.
Thank
for
you
the
guys
first
for
time.
having me.
Yeah, come back.
Thank you.
For real.
Please, please, please.
Thanks, Leo. I heard it's a big deal if you like someone. So I heard you're picky.
Is that there's like a weird rumor about that, isn't there?
Yeah, it is actually true.
Huh.
I'm honored. Thank you.
So,
All right.
Appreciate that.
We'll see you next time then.
Definitely. Thank you guys.
All right. See
Chat,
you, chat.
like up the stream, subscribe, do all the good things so I can come back.
Yep. All of those fun things, as well as please join us this afternoon at, I'm going to say it, 1:30 Central Time for Trade the Close.
Watch this be the low of day. We're gonna come back and it was.
Oh,
the low.
it probably will, because it's just like it was on Friday when
On
you and I
Friday,
left the stream.
exactly.
That was the
Exactly.
low. So
Yep.
we'll be back this afternoon. Leo and Kane trading the close. Tune in, be there, or I don't know what else you're doing with your life. So, cheers, guys. Have a good rest of your lunch.
See you later.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Went to school to become a personal trainer.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Shukart, Senior Economist. And what a day it has been so far. So let's go over some of the news while we were away. We had three Fed speakers. Well, we had four, but three were very hawkish. We had Hammock saying we must reduce inflation to maintain Fed's credibility. She also said inflation is still too high and moving up. You had Mausoleum said the Fed needs to be cautious as rates approach neutral. He's also worried about inflation. And then you had Fed's Kashkari say we have inflation and that is still too high. And throughout the morning and the afternoon, with these Fed speakers, obviously the market was not very thrilled because they are looking for a December rate cut, and it sounds as though the Fed is getting more hawkish than dovish, and that might not come. We also have Wall Street traders bracing for economic data deluge after the U.S. shutdown ended, driving stocks and bonds lower over concerns that the reports will be able to clear the path for a Federal Reserve rate cut. That said, we have the optimism of the government reopening already priced in. Now we're starting to see some worries about valuations, and we've been talking about that a lot on this channel. And we've got, over the last couple of days, we've seen kind of a sell-off in some of those high-flying tech giants. And under the surface, market observers have pointed to sort of a rotation in the more defensive names, like we saw the Dow up much higher than the ES or NQ yesterday. And although the Dow is down today, it's down about half as much as the NASDAQ. We also had Bitcoin sinking below 100,000. Ether's also down 6%. Now, there was some unusual options activity, some big put action in IBIT, which is the ETF for Bitcoin. There was 30,000 November 5650 puts bought for 52 cents. In Bitcoin terms, that means people are buying at 99,620 put with a break even of 98,750 through expiry tomorrow. So that's a big put bet on expiration due tomorrow. So we'll see what happens with that. Obviously, they are hoping that it goes below 98,750 to make money on those puts, because that is the break even. So that is putting pressure on Bitcoin at least. There are a lot that can go wrong with stock valuations. They're extremely high, but even higher in terms if we add in the inflationary effects on replacement costs of those assets that are factored in. So everybody's really starting to worry about the duration of the useful life of these chips. And I kind of remember Burry brought up the fact that he is worried that they're not devaluing their chips enough. And so I guess that's taken notice, and that's kind of what everybody is talking about behind the scenes, that these chips, they don't know how long they're going to be useful. They're not devaluing enough, that this may be expanding their valuations. And so we're starting to see people a little bit worried about hyperscalers valuations. We also had a long bond auction. It was a C-, I'll give it. Not very good. It underwhelmed, which is not actually surprising. We have been seeing this in the long end. Nobody wants to take duration right now. This was a 20-year auction. So we had a long-tailed bond sale by a basis point. That's pretty large tail. We did have a weak bid to cover at 2.29. Indirect takedown was quite strong. That's about the only thing that's saving this on auction at 71%, directs at 14.5%, and dealers took taking the rest. So they got it grateful grateful for a decent size discount. And then one last thing I wanted to mention, if you remember on Monday, I was talking about how Goldman Sachs said in every scenario this week, CTAs are seller. They did have a target of 67.05. We talked about this on Tuesday morning. So just wanted to remind you, when I go over kind of their CTAs scenario, and when you see every scenario CTAs having to be sellers, that's something to take note of. When it's kind of a mixed week, I don't really talk about that, but when we do see those, outsized moves because CTAs are being sellers in every market condition, I just like to point that out at the beginning of the week. So we may have some more downside. It's not saying 67.05 is set in stone, but that was their target for this week. And with that, I will hand it over to Leo and Kate for Trade the Close.
What do we do now? Are we live?
We're live. How are you, mate?
I'm good, brother. I am good. Got a couple trades off this morning with the crew, and back for round 2.
Round 2. Yeah, we get everything selling off into the close. Hopefully not, but gold had a big move. NQ was pretty nice today. Don't let gold hear that, but it was.
Yeah, it seems to have found a bottom for now, but you never know.
Yeah, we'll see. I could be convinced to get long on NQ and ES right now. I don't like the fact that we didn't really take that low, but we haven't really taken the low on anything. But everything's looking at. I like to look at this as some sort of lower or higher low, sorry, and then breaks out of here. I'm definitely more interested in longs than I am shorting the low.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I've never really seen a short that I want to hit on a -2% day. But right now, buyers are definitely not in control. That's for sure. Chat, how is everyone? Crudeli, the boys? Yes, sir.
Let's see what's going on.
Doing good, doing good.
We have a W bottom, double bottom. W's in the chat for the double bottom.
I actually used to
I
love
saw
trading
people
double
looking for the
bottoms.
reversal before we got on. And what really sucks about the afternoon here is that we have basically a really nice trend move down that seems like it's found a low, and we're kind of like we're in the middle of this, range here and this range here. We're kind of in the middle of those ranges. So, longs potentially with a pullback to like the 80s maybe could be something to look for. I mean, we're starting to get a little pullback now, so let's see.
Yeah, I would like low 60s. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, maybe we're gonna get a chance to do it.
Yeah. Some sort of trade like this for me. We'll see. You got chopped up in the afternoon. Did great this morning. Yeah, I was basically short at 10.18 today, more or less, in here. In this move, I covered practically for like
I'm gonna
a
jump in
tenth of the
here.
move.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in here. I'm in what did I get? 92.
Yeah, I sadly wanted a little bit of a deeper pullback.
Yeah.
So, because realistically, for me to cover this, my stop has to be 70 points. I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, sorry. It's easier if I just do this, isn't it? There you go. Yeah, I just want to see some some little pullback. I definitely can make a case for getting long here, but like I said, the risk for me is just a bit too much.
Yeah,
Did I
because
trade this
you
time?
would put your stop at the low day.
Yeah. I have to cover the low. Did I trade today? I did trade today. I did take it, yeah. I took it because it like I wanted to play back into the 4 hour low. It was a bad low for me. So and normally the kind of the same thing here, realistically. It's like 15 minute. Yeah, also have like this 1 minute right here. Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard for me right now. Like I could see this pushing back. The area I'd want to potentially play it from is somewhere here, which is like 50, 60s. So we will see.
You got me out here. I'm still interested in another attempt here.
Yeah, I do only trade around 10. But I trade around the 4 hour opens, right? So I trade around 10, I trade around 2. Like we're opening at 2, we're now approaching into 3. So like for me, it's either tag the low and go or potentially ES shows some weakness because ES is trading down here right now.
Oh, yes, this is super weak.
Yeah, it's kind of what's trapping it. Um, so yeah, like I said on Twitter, my trade today was a textbook trade for me. I just used the 15 minute to get into some sort of continuation trade. Buy the dip, look on the weekly for. No, I didn't really trade the weekly chart. Otherwise, if I was trading the weekly chart, I'd look at the chart once a day.
Once a day. Huh.
Well, I trade the
Maybe
4 hour.
twice, maybe twice.
Probably not. Maybe not even once a day.
Once a
Trading the
week.
weekly, trading the weekly chart, I would just buy or sell the weekly open.
Mm,
Like you'd have to be a swing trader.
yeah. We got a bit of time here today. I think they're just they keep they keep bidding this back up. I like this trade back up into this range.
Yeah, I definitely like it. I just like this is probably the trade for me, realistically. And this is actually me catching the knife, expecting some sort of divergence between ES and NQ because ES looks like piss right now.
Yeah. You would have to expect that NQ will lead this.
Yeah, I'm basically playing NQ strength here. So if an ES like completely falls, and we see like a -2% AES, then I wouldn't be interested. But this is a crazy move. 200 points in at the close. Pwah. I'd be really shocked if this actually happens and plays out today. But it's kind of again kind of textbook for me. It's like the only thing that's missing is this low. Um, but for me, it's downtrend, low, 50% of this leg, target 50% of this leg. So that's kind of the trade idea, but I'm I'm kind of catching a bit of a knife here if we get down there. Yeah, I agree with you, Pro.
Maybe this is the chance. I think this might be the best look at it. I'm gonna widen up my stop just because I'm on one contract because I think we could, as long as we hold around here, I think it's gonna.
It's
You
a
know,
good low for
we can
you.
consolidate around this. Is the low good for me? Yeah, it is. It's good enough to try to
Trade away.
trade
Yeah.
off of it. Um, yeah, it's just trading a weak market from the long side is sometimes difficult because, Job famously told me once, hey, this thing is a ship, it's not a dinghy. And a lot of us trade like this thing is a dinghy. We expect it to go and move right away. Um, but the truth is it takes time for even if a bunch of sellers get, kind of swallowed right here, like it looks like they're trying to do to themselves. It still takes time to kind of bottom out and start to make a move. But
Yeah.
it looks like I'm gonna get stopped.
Yeah, Sadie, your stop is my entry. Um,
Oh, is
do I?
it?
Yeah, I'm trying to get in at 70s. Do you subscribe to the premium discount idea? Do I subscribe to the markets offering fair value? I.e., if one side of the market there is nothing but buyers, do I think that sellers will have a chance to sell that level? Yeah, at some point, realistically. It doesn't mean that buyers won't show back up though. That's kind of my idea of it. I guess the actual real logic is for someone to buy, there has to be someone to sell. But at the same time, I I just subscribe to market delivering, giving everyone a chance to do whatever they want with the market. Hence why I really subscribe to 50%.
It's logical to to take any range and give it that range. That type of logic, right?
Yeah.
Premium discount. That's a logical way to think about a market that, has highs and lows. And I think it's a good way to frame, you know, what other people are thinking too in those ranges. Because for you to be a buyer, there has to be value.
Mhm.
You think you can buy it here and sell it up here, right? Which means you think other people are also going to think that. And in that agreement, price is, going to go up.
Yeah. I think someone said it to me best. If you think that people like trading's one of those games where you have to assume that people are going to do what you want to do after you for it to make sense. You want to be a buyer, well, people have to buy after you. So be a seller, someone to sell after you for it to make sense. So do I live a structured or spontaneous life? Yeah, both, really. I don't like. It's like I'm not in the army. I'm not doing everything by the minute. But at the same time, if someone texts me, "Hey, I want to do this tomorrow," or whatever. Oh, I pulled the wrong thing down. I want to do this tomorrow. Are you interested? And it took my liking. I'd go and do it. So it's like I'm not crazy about it. Okay, so I got tagged in here. Uh, ES is basically trading right here. So the whole idea of this trade is I'm trading NQ strength here, using this level as some sort of indication that this holds. Uh, if ES trades through this level, my stop is next, right? And so I'm just kind of just trading the NQ strength right now. And if we can push back out of this high, this makes sense because as soon as ES takes this low, I'm going to look for longs either way. Ammonium 1, pretty wide invalidation right now. I look to add and tighten up as we start to progress out of here. So I think I'm risking like 1K right now.
Here she goes.
I'm kind of shocked that they didn't take the low, to be honest.
Yeah.
On ES.
Yes, definitely has a weak low now for sure.
Yeah.
Good day to be patient.
Yeah, I don't love this now. That's for sure.
It's like it went up and you're like, yes. And
No,
it's
I
coming
wasn't
back.
even
It's
like,
like,
yes. I wasn't even like, yes. I was like, this is worse. I'm shocked they didn't take the low. If ES would have taken that low and we got that reaction, I would have smacked it straight away. Have you noticed everyone started saying sucks to suck on Twitter? It's so funny.
maybe they're just giving me a
Oh no,
shout
they're
here.
not talking to you, they're talking about themselves.
When you say weak low, does that mean you feel like the low will hold? Um, yeah, it's just like this. A lot of people use lows for support, right? Like a low, like you're taking longs against a low because that low, has good excess, so like a buying tail, right? If that low gets tapped again, like there's another low there, then if it comes back, it's likely to then get flushed, create that excess, and then you would have a proper low.
Yeah.
It's all the same thing. Poor lows, weak lows, smooth lows. Yeah. I mean, I just use it for the way I use it is like an analogy is in the moment, a poor low is a reference for potentially like trapped participants, like offside participants. So like in a low situation, there's a bunch of sellers. We're assuming sellers try to sell into lows to make new lows, right? Bunch of sellers get into low and can't make further progress lower. That's a trapped seller situation. So they're like an exhausted move that exhausts out. Um, it also represents an auction that auction market theory people just say, well, it's not a completed auction, right? The business wasn't finished down there. We have to go repair the low. Um, that type of stuff. I don't necessarily subscribe to that because we leave poor lows and poor highs behind us all the time. But what I do absolutely subscribe to is the idea that a poor low is unlikely to hold um, as support. So looking at this low now, I would expect we flush in this ES low right now a little bit. And if we do that and we create some good excess, then that's a trade. That's a tradable low for a deep it's a tradable low for um, using that area of support now, essentially.
Hmm. Yep, I agree with you.
Who said, oh, there was only two options, yes and duh, for more
Yeah.
Leo Kane?
I was about to say, who put that poll out?
Duh, actually. Yeah, for some reason, poor references have a lot of actually responses from market profile purists.
Actually, so to summarize my trade, right? I like this action on NQ, right? And I also liked it on ES. ES failed to hold this area. but ES has taken the low.
Yeah,
And
so
what
we
I'm playing
flushed
is I'm playing some sort of divergence here. And if it doesn't play, it doesn't play. And it didn't play. That was it. Because if ES tags is low and NQ's still trading up here, and then it does this, then I'm interested in that trade and I get a worse entry where I can take this on the way through and add. And I'm really okay with that because I'm
I'm
still
actually
interested.
really interested in this.
There you go. See, it's exactly the same thing. Like, I don't mind getting stopped out and getting straight back into it because now I can trade this super low time frame. Uh, so yeah.
That ES flush, you want to see that ES basically bid right out of that flush. And that's what we're starting to see. It's not complete, but it's definitely a good sign to see buyers immediately come in and step in after that low is flushed out. This entry is a little late too, so gotta sit in some uncomfortableness for a minute.
Can't long this. No one's got a gun to your head telling you to long it. Don't worry. You don't have to. It's a choice.
I like that.
Yeah, GC fell off a cliff. What happened to Cliffsky? It really went. So I like this trade now. I would buy it right here at 40s. I just need to see some sort of closure above
There's
it.
some pretty heavy offer there at 40.
Yeah.
I'd want to see it above there if you weren't long yet.
That's what I mean. I want to see above and then trade back to it.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Shab. How is you? I'm gonna grab it. I have a 20-point stop on this right now. Not covering the low because I don't really want to see us go back there. And I kind of want to see this move away pretty quick. Some sort of squeeze. Ideally, if we can close this hourly candle above here, I'm super chilling with this. We will see, to be honest with you. We've got 2 minutes, well, actually a minute and a half to get back above there for me. Yeah, scaling into your winners is pretty good. It's like everyone says about scaling into winners, right? It's probably the hardest thing to do. I'm going to be honest with you. Because once you grab a good entry and you're in profit, the last thing you want to do is add and then you get a retrace back to your now new entry. Because that sucks more than you would realize.
All right, I'm taking one off. I was trying to get up to 35 there. Usually I would take for like 25 to 30. I was trying to see if we could just get some momentum before I took the contract off. But
Yeah, that makes sense.
just let this thing this low on the 60-minute looks like shit, honestly. But
no, I like it.
I mean, on this time frame, it looks like okay.
On the hourly?
No, yeah, on the hourly, I don't like it. Because look at this low here. I mean, there's basically like two equal lows. But the same situation was down here, and we rallied 900 points or 300 points. So that's why I don't look at it and go, oh, I can't stay long because we got to clean that up. I just don't expect if we revisit this low again for that to hold, because now it's basically just kind of like there's two equal lows here. We could really flush out like the ES, like that ES, what we just saw in ES.
Yeah, ES is just weak as piss, honestly.
Yeah. It's got that resistance on that prior low, right? So it needs just to work through that. There goes NQ. Starting to find some real buying.
Yeah, so as soon as NQ clears 67, I'll just trail break even if it gets there. It's fucking being sold the
67,
life out of it.
67. Okay.
Right here, yeah.
Yeah.
Because once it breaks here, I don't want to see it have a deep retrace back to my entry.
Okay, that makes sense.
We'll see though.
I like the logic you apply to that. Moving to, like, when you move to break even. I actually might start to incorporate something like that myself, honestly. So it really gives you more or less like a mechanical reason to go break even versus just like vibes. We joke
Yeah,
about.
I don't like to move it based on P&L, right? Like, because for me, everything I do is kind of like candlestick wick orientated. Like right now, I'm in this trade because we have an hourly wick below, and we bought back up. Right now, this hourly opened and it's struggling to get above the previous hour open, which also just happens to coincide right now with the previous 5 minute candle high. So if this 5 minute candle high buys up and then comes back down to my entry, the likelihood is my stop is next. And it could always just buy out of here, but over time, I just realized that I have to have a mechanical way of avoiding those losses and also avoiding those winners, and the mechanical way for me is a 5 minute. So because this is an hourly sweep and we have a new hourly time frame and a 4 hour sweep, a 4 hour, an hourly. We also have a 15 minute. We couldn't buy back up to the 15 minute. I entered on the 32nd. So the last thing I want to do is hope that some new wick is going to find buyers where, we already bought from, especially this late in the day. I kind of want to see this slow grind up. That's just me. Maybe during a New York session, I could hold it a little bit longer. I'd play like a 15 minute high. But the 15 minute high right now is basically halfway to my take profit. So that I'm really cool with. And then when I'm playing the 5 minute high, I would just trail. 5 minute high, new 5 minute candle, makes a wick to the lower side, pushes back through the open, breaks through the high. That 5 minute low now is where I want to get out of it if it comes back. That's it for me.
Yeah.
This trade is now risk free. I just need to give it one more tick. Because I'm now covering, 3 ticks, a point. Whatever. Right now it's fighting with this 5 minute opening price. Whatever. I'll just let it do its thing. I don't actually have any risk on the table other than maybe some fees.
Yeah. I have a little bit of profits on the table here. I know we're allowed to have that, right?
Yeah, my stop, like my entry's 40.75, my stop's 41.
Yeah, that was like you whiffed on that joke.
What did you say? Sorry. What did you say?
It wasn't funny. It wasn't funny.
Okay, yeah, you just clearly wasn't funny. Wah, wah, wah.
We have to make our own sound clips because production fell asleep.
It's late in the day, so don't worry about it.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Oh, are you sure about that?
That's a new one.
That is a new one.
Austin, was that you or was that Kevin? Or it's
Austin. Of course it was Austin. Do you know, hey, Kane.
Go on.
Do you know who I talked to yesterday?
No.
T-Trades.
Oh, the boy. What was he saying?
I've seen his face.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
One of the select few.
Yeah, he's a dapper looking Chad.
He's a good looking lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
Now you have even more questions as to why he doesn't show his face.
Yes.
I know.
I was expecting to see something like, scars, maybe missing an eyeball.
Yeah. Missing teeth.
Something.
Yeah, nothing of the above.
T-Trades is a good dude. Can't wait Can't wait to trade with him a little bit.
Yeah, me neither, actually. It's not looking too good for my trade right now. I'm getting a stopped break even on this by the looks of it, which I'm kind of okay with. Because
You
there's
never
not a
know.
whole there's not a whole bunch
It could
of
hold
things.
here. It could hold here,
Oh,
Kane. It could. This is the VWAP from the low right here.
is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Let me add the
Could.
VWAP for the low. If it's not on, it won't. Whoa! What are
Whoa.
all these bands on?
What?
I have all these bands on.
You're using VWAP bands now?
No, I was not. I don't know why they were on.
Oh my gosh.
They're enabled by default. I have to turn them
No,
off.
they've never been enabled, Kane. I've seen your streams before. Anytime
No,
you put
no,
VWAP
bro,
on,
they were.
anytime you
I'm
put VWAP
telling
on,
you.
there's never been a band. It's just been the line.
I'm telling you now, they were. I don't know what happened there. I'm making
I
the
know what
VWAP
happened.
band
I know
green.
what happened.
Oh
You
no,
got
what am I
V.
gonna do?
You got
I got
VWAP curious.
stopped. No, I'm telling you now, I did not.
Oh, you
I'm.
got stopped. Like I'm gonna get stopped. Or are they gonna save me?
What you don't know is that we were riding the VWAP from the high.
Kane got VWAPed.
I got VWAP sandwiched.
There we
Here you go.
go. There we go. Come on. Come on, buyers.
Cool.
Find.
It's getting a little bit spicy here for an afternoon stream. What's going on? There's
Yeah.
quite a lot of people buying and selling this right now. They're arguing live on the tape. You ever see someone like buy 50, someone sell 51? Like, fuck you.
Oh, we saw something like that on the stream. Like it was a couple of weeks ago. We like legit we saw a guy sell 90, like sell 90 lots, and then he was bid 90 lots like 10 points lower and he got filled.
Oh, really?
Yeah. His name was John. He actually, we discovered through all the transaction logs, we found his
Oh,
name.
yeah. He's like Morse coding his name.
Yeah. That's a joke, by the way. I'm kidding.
No, really? I got that joke. That one was pretty good.
Well, sometimes you have to tell the chat like you're actually kidding.
Oh, really? You know what? I've just realized that this SMT is set to silver, which is why it's throwing it off. I'm looking and I'm like, huh? Why? Why do I have a background color on my VWAP? That is the real question. What does the background even give?
They just wanted to tickle my entry and make me question my life. Come on.
Yeah, see, I don't love
Buyers.
this. The only other way I could get involved now is if there was a 30-minute low.
No, they're gonna go. They're gonna run it.
They're gonna?
run it. Yeah.
Really doesn't look like they are. Looks like
They
they're
are,
selling
King.
it off of the previous 2 o'clock, the 4 hour open right now. That's what it looks like they're doing, chat. Hey, Salma.
Let's see what Selma. What's up? Selma is the queen. Are those queen or?
What the hell? What are they doing? They're going without me.
Yeah, I told you.
Who did it? Was it John? He heard us.
I said it.
Nah, you still haven't got over that red VWAP band I put on the chart. Fuck. Move it. I wish I could just move it up.
Let's take a look at gold.
It's
boring.
Kind of doing nothing. Yeah, we moved back to.
It just moved a tick. Holy shit.
We're running.
Do you remember?
I remember
that time. I remember that time 1 week ago when you got all excited about a 3-point move in gold.
Fuck, I got paid good on that move though. So who cares?
Hey, but you were super excited about that.
Well, considering we'd moved like half a point for the previous 20 minutes, it was pretty exciting.
It was good. Yes, swept that prior month midpoint. There we go.
Damn. Oh, I'm happy for you.
Oh, baby.
I'm happy for you. Sad for me. Well, I'm not really. I made 0, lost 0. First rule of trading, try not to lose
get
money.
Above these 75s.
I think 70s
Needs
here
to
is
run. It
tough,
needs to
yeah.
run. Come on. Go!
Above 70s to 75s, buy back at 70s, maybe. How do
Man,
we
this
know it's
market,
strong?
this
Oh,
market is so,
they're toying with you.
yeah, these buyers are, look, there's so much, they're lifting the offers, but they're just getting stuffed.
I think it's just ES, bro. ES is fucking pissed right now. ES is not like ES is still trading down here. It's low at the previous low. Like it's really struggling to find any sort of buyer. This will go down for sure. Yeah. Well, one thing for sure, and this is for sure, is it is only going to go right. I've never seen it go left. I've seen it go up, down, and right.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
I'm just saying I like to be factual and to the point, you know? Yeah, there's no good low fear for me right now other than that hourly, and I got taken out of it. Or not for sure, taking too long.
Sellers have another push for yes. I think if they were going to do it, they would have done it on that last push.
And it's almost bedtime. You don't tell me when to go to bed.
Oh, snap.
Huh?
Who told you that? Is your mom in the chat?
Jeez.
Oh no.
I didn't get to the age of 32 to be told when to go to bed. Huh.
Huh.
No, it's almost bedtime. It's 8 o'clock. It's almost my bedtime as well. I actually have way too much to do right now to be going.
I think XYZ came on stream this morning and then left the stream and went straight to bed because I haven't been able to get a hold of him for like 2 hours. I think he's legit crashed out. Kane's
Good. He
up
deserves
late,
it.
longing in queue. Bro definitely needs to sleep.
Bro, it's
I
8.
don't think
It's
so.
8 p.m. Trust me.
I think
I'm
he's
up.
gonna finish the stream and go make some potatoes. Potatoes. What do you call them in UK?
I have no idea what you're on about. Potatoes? Like some chips.
Like
some
French
chips?
fries, chips.
French
Yeah, you call them
fries.
chips.
Chips.
You call
Chippies.
French fries chippies.
Chippies.
Yeah, I called you one time and you're like, I'm making chips. I'm like, what? You're making what?
Yeah.
Mash freedom fries. They call them chips. When you ask for chips and they serve you crisps, that must be is that a thing?
Sorry, was that a question?
I don't
Me.
know. I don't know. What do
No,
you
I don't
call
know
French
either.
bread?
Bread.
Okay. You don't call it French bread?
What's the difference?
I don't know. Ask man, dude.
Oh, a baguette? You mean a baguette? A baguette.
Very nice.
The real question is it chocolatine or pain au chocolat? That's the real question.
Panache what?
Exactly. Is it a chocolatine or a pain au chocolat?
Pain chocolat?
Pain au chocolat. I don't know,
Hey,
that's what
talk
they call
dirty
it.
to me.
Talk dirty to me.
They're gonna clip that.
I think they might struggle because it had the same sound right over there. Saying that, I'm sure Austin will be able to figure it out. Why am I lying to myself? Do I watch TV? I don't really watch TV. Actually, saying that, I watched the new Frankenstein film. That was fucking good, by the way. I would recommend that to anyone.
Do you so you don't watch anything? No Netflix shows, nothing?
I'm currently watching the new Witcher, um,
Sports?
Formula One. What
Is that a
else?
sport?
Formula One. Is it a
Is
sport?
that a sport?
What sport do you watch?
I'm just
Baseball,
asking. No, no, no. Like
football.
football.
Is Formula One a sport? Phew.
I'm asking a question. I'm not saying it's not. I'm asking a question. Why are you implying that I'm saying that it's not a sport by asking you the question? Is it a sport?
I think asking that question is insulting. Of course, it's a sport.
What?
My ass is clenched. I'm telling you guys.
It's 100% a sport. Why wouldn't it be?
Okay. Well,
These
you're just
guys are
driving a car.
athletes. Okay, you go and drive a Formula One car. Let me know how you get on. Buddy, me and you don't fit in Formula One cars.
That's because we're too tall.
Yeah, way too tall
Yeah.
and too heavy.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
Brits are, I'm not sensitive. This is mine and Leo's banter.
Yeah, don't come into our banter. What are you doing?
The A and B banter. See yourself out.
This is you can see you can comment yourself out.
Yeah, I think definitely F1's a sport. It's like is golf a sport? All they do is hit a golf ball.
I don't think golf is a sport.
Me neither. You basically walk and hit something around a field.
You're walk around and swing a club. Is that sport? Is that a sport?
No, we know you were joking, bro. We're also joking.
Yeah, we're also joking. There's shots fired.
Nick, is golf a sport? Be honest.
Nick, you can be the type.
The independent adjudicator.
Daddy's home.
Daddy's home.
Yes. See?
Yes.
He says it's a sport.
Of course he would. He's a golfer.
Holy.
It's like if you ask one of my friends, is
Ryan
esports
said no
a
question.
sport? He would say, yeah, it's a sport. These guys are athletes. Do I think playing video games is a sport? No.
You sure about that?
You sure?
You sure about that? You sure about that?
That'd be like walking on a treadmill and calling it a sport. Playing golf.
Looks like my stop break even was pretty good. Do you need to be the best athlete in golf? Yeah, look at John Daly. That guy was raging alcoholic. Was just winning sports left, right, and center. Is pickleball a sport? Yes, 1000% it is. If anyone wants to smoke, you can find me at Delhi's Country Club in summer. I got some vengeances to pick out with the pickleball coaches there.
Your body couldn't take it.
No, it really couldn't. Jeez.
I almost thought about buying another contract here at 240 or at 40.
Yeah. Sucks to suck.
Yeah, it does suck to suck. It sucks to not pull the trigger.
I would have been break even on this again, though. I would have got stopped out again. Pickleball is trash.
Got that high. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the difference between pickle and paddleball?
The big glass cage you kept in during in paddle.
Oh, so that's like racquetball.
Yeah, pickleball.
No. Like racquetball, you're in a glass. You're in like a 30-foot room with walls. Tall ass walls.
Oh, that's called squash where we live. Yeah.
What?
I know, bro. I don't subscribe to that either, but that is what it's called. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds gay. I know.
10-meter room. Okay, sorry.
Squash is racquetball. Yeah, I don't understand that. Squash is a drink to me, you know? Squash and racquetball are different? How? Squash versus racquetball. Here we go. There's two differences. Are the different court size, ball characteristic, and racket dimensions? Okay. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We really offended some people here with the squash racquetball thing.
Wow,
Sorry.
really?
Sorry. 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 Sorry.
Man,
Sorry.
I didn't know there were so many racquetball players that were squash. Hmm.
You want to buy
Hmm.
those 40s? They're right here, bro.
I know, but sometimes it's like you get the second look at it and it's not so impressive.
It's like me on a night out. Yeah.
Ooh, oof. I might just let this. I need to see something more convincing. It ain't there yet.
It ain't there. Cricket versus baseball. I think both suck. Rugby versus American football. I think they're just different sports.
These
That's what
sellers better take out this lower. It's gonna really suck to be a seller.
it's. Do I really want to be a buyer at 3:30, 30 minutes before the close?
I killed it!
Oh my gosh.
Soccer versus
Um,
handball.
wow, wow, they really did stop me out.
Yes, quite
Shoot
literally.
and run.
I think yes tagged the low to the tick.
Yeah, I'm gonna just take this again.
4-6, 4-6. Damn you. They're adding paddle at the club. Brother, I'm telling you, what's the Spanish guy's name? That guy can talk an almighty amount of shit. It really put me off. Holy. He was yeah, he knew that I had a weak forehand and he just played to it every time and he would just leave space where he knew I couldn't hit it and it really got to me. Not gonna lie. Yeah, he was yeah, this guy, every time I made a mistake, he was at the net, beating on his chest, like,
Oh,
oh, honestly, it was
he
the
was
guy I
rubbing
was
it
playing.
in.
The guy I was playing with was like, "Don't worry, he can." If talking shit was an Olympic sport, this guy would be a gold medalist. He was like, "Don't let him get
Oh,
to you." He got to me. He got to me. He won that
he did.
match. He won that match. Yeah, he won that match. But yeah, right now, Shab's the only person that beat me at pickleball. Facts. She did. She's
Chad
the only
beat you?
person. Yeah, Shab and Jose,
Damn.
the goated team. Actually, I think realistically, Jose was like, next point wins, and we won. And it was actually Jose that lost the point, not Shab. So, but when I go back, they play paddle. Oh, it's gonna get smoke.
All right, buyers. Time to rally this thing into the close. Can you do it?
I don't think
Done
so, bro.
all the damage.
They've had all day to buy it, and they didn't want to do it once.
Sometimes they wait until the end of the day.
They just liquidate it up. Oh, wait, are you going to be on next Wednesday? That's the question. Next Thursday.
Next Thursday?
Earnings calendar. I think next
Oh,
Thursday
Nvidia.
is Nvidia.
Yeah. I
The
barely know what I'm
19th.
doing
Oh,
tomorrow.
next Wednesday. Next Wednesday is Nvidia.
Yeah.
You know what next Wednesday is for me? It's chilling on a beach in the Maldives with a pina colada in my hand. I lied. It's a Hugo Spritz for me. And taking a break. You gonna
Good
miss
for
me?
you. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Who
miss
am
you
I
too.
streaming? Who am I streaming with on Wednesday? Do I get to pick?
I heard Deli's gonna fill a spot.
Deli's gonna trade?
Yeah, Deli's gonna trade.
All right. Are you in?
He's gonna get the boomer bands out. Am I in the trade?
No, is Deli in? I mean, it's obviously. I'm sure he's. I just saw him in the chat.
I spoke to Savannah. Savannah said, "Yeah, Belly's filling.
Nice. Who am I picking? You want to come? Come trade the open? It's 2 hours.
It flies by with Leo. Honestly, I wouldn't even stress it.
Damn.
Oh,
Yeah, you might be right. I might need to bail on this.
how about that reversal on YM? Or you can pay me to look at YM.
I think the one universal truth amongst most of the people in the Ninja Trader Network is that we all despise the YM.
All the homies hate YM. What can I say?
Mm-hmm. It's a piece of trash.
You're streaming with PAX on Wednesday.
Oh shit. We're
So we
gonna
get
have we're gonna have to turn that to X-rated Wednesday.
unfiltered Wednesdays.
What's the reason YM is a shit market? There's just not a lot of volume. There's not a lot of activity. So it's just it nobody likes to trade it because no one else is trading it. There's just not a lot of participation. It takes lots of participation to really get like a market to really move. Not that YM doesn't move. It's just I think it's just frustrating to trade. You know what? What are we doing? It's 4 minutes till the last 30 minutes. What are we just hanging at these lows for? Come on, buyers, show up. Watch us close right here on this volume node, and the market can laugh at me while we do nothing.
No, I believe in this. I just don't want to touch it. Oh.
Pew, pew, pew. Come on. Come on. 5 more points. All right, we'll take one off.
Good job, brother.
Thank you. Whew.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Yeah, I love that song.
That's a banger.
That's my favorite. One of my favorite songs. I grew up. That was my era.
That was your jam.
Yeah, man. Grew up in the '90s, listened to '90s rap. I don't think there's really anybody that was better than like the '90s rap crew.
No, I agree with you actually. And I was born in the 90s, so
Tupac, Dre, Biggie, Warren G, all of them.
yeah.
Eazy-E. I mean, there's just so much good music came out of that entire generation.
Dre, Nipsey,
They tried to get me out of this trade,
Oh, they tried. They really tried, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't give up very easy.
I do. Needs to be clean or I'm not interested.
I'll play dirty, Kane. I don't mind it.
I know.
The problem is like you have this volume node here, you have this volume node here, you have this huge, low volume area. It's like you're asking a lot for the market to really rally to break away from this distribution and basically go up to here. I mean, that's the trade, right? Um, but it's a pretty big ask. Not saying it won't happen, but it's
Just needs to punch through here now, right?
yeah, I mean it should, like in theory,
Yeah.
now we're trying to leave this large distribution and we should be kind of attracted to this area up here.
Yeah, you sadly don't want to see any stalling.
Yeah, I mean this is logical to, you're gonna find people to try to sell it here because it's kind of the edge of the, this whole distribution area. Um, so it makes sense that you'll see that stall, but I don't know. I'll let it run.
Way less noise with the 750 volume candles.
Who said that? Composite trader? I actually flip between 700 to 750 to 500 to 600. I'm pretty malleable in that from that standpoint. You know what's exciting? What's happening next week?
I don't know. Give me a hint.
The Ninja Trader Arena Cup Championship.
I forgot about that when I sucked at it.
I'm actually gonna be on with T Trades.
What day?
Monday.
Oh, let's go.
Monday the 17th. T Trades and I will be on at, are these times in Eastern? Of course they put it in Eastern time. I'll be on at 9:30. That's the only slot I have.
Are you gonna win?
Am I gonna win? I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll find out on Monday.
I believe.
The adjustment that I'm gonna make from last time is I'm literally just gonna trade NQ and ES. I don't care what gold or GC or 60 are doing.
No, gold, no, gold and NQ.
Gold and NQ? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Gold and QES. Forget 6E, forget oil. It's just annoying us on a Monday.
Yeah. Monday, not to give you a bunch of bias, chat, but Mondays are statistically the most bullish day of any given week
Wake up long?
in the past
Is
5
what you're
years.
telling me?
Huh?
Wake up and long? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, just literally just open your chart, get long, and go back to sleep.
Well, chat, think of me. I'll be on a 13-hour flight to Paradise on Monday.
Oh, poor you. I'm sure it'll
Yeah.
be a fancy, you can like sleep in it type thing.
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, probably like unlimited alcohol, whatever food I want.
Yeah.
My iPad playing, my favorite TV shows.
Make sure you do a lot of, take some influencer videos. Here's me on a plane.
You'd
Here's
have to
me on
pay
a
me a lot of
plane
money to do
sleeping.
that.
Here's me on a plane sleeping in my big bed.
Yeah. Oh. That I'm able to do because of, is because of trading.
Deli
Punch it,
is
NQ,
loaning him
punch
the
it.
PJ. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, I thought we
They're
I thought
loaning
we
you the PJ.
I thought we signed an NDA about that. I thought I wasn't allowed to talk about the PJ.
They talked about it.
That's crazy. Yeah, Delhi threw me the keys. I'm flying it, so let's hope that doesn't end badly.
I'm sure they have insurance.
Yeah, he said like just press autopilot or something. Should we trade after the New York session closed? Futures market doesn't close at 4:45. Oh, they tried to punch this, didn't they? Oh, there is a lot of fucking buy going on. I can see on your screen.
Yeah.
They're buying the crap out of it
Piss.
up
You
here.
can say piss.
I was going to say something else and I had to correct myself. I never trade after 4 o'clock. Really, like never.
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, I don't even.
And all the times I've ever tried to play some sort of earnings trade, for the few that have paid off, the rest have not, and I gave up doing it. So, and there's just not enough volume unless there's some earnings thing driving it. So, man, there's a lot. Just to rotate off of here, that'd be awful for that guy.
There's a lot of absorption up here, and I'm going to cover this trade now.
Good trade, bro. 70-point runner.
Yeah.
Banger.
Because I would, if I was flat, I would take a short here a lot of times. So
Yeah, I mean that makes so much sense. Yeah, I mean they're buying so much up here, and it's not going anywhere.
that'll be good for me.
Yeah, great trade, bro.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right idea that. There you go. I think the chat, we got 655 people. 200 likes would be nice. Leo just got a 70-point banger.
200 is all we have?
We only have 118. We could double it right now at 200.
Oh my God.
And now someone's deciding they want to sell the crap out of it up here.
Yeah, I mean, I said it was a good short. Hello. What the heck is going on?
What the helly?
Deli said, "What the helly?" Hey man, I don't use the reverse button, Composite Trader. That never ends well for me. Just being true, just being honest.
We're still gonna have to do that one micro.
I would love to.
Reverse
24-hour micro challenge.
Well, 23.
Okay, 23. Got it with the technicalities. One like, one free bird. 200.
Do I subscribe? Do you trade your 50-50 trade on the RTH ranges? No, I just use ETH. For me, and this is the logic in my brain, and you can, argue about it as much as you want. Why would I ignore like more of the price action than, like I'm ignoring more price action just to validate New York session? Like there are other markets open. Okay, the New York pit isn't open, but the market's open, and there is volume during London. So Asia, I can kind of make a case for not like trading. Like, there's very, very, very little liquidity, very little volume. Do I subscribe to the idea that there is an A algorithm and ICT knows the algorithm? No and no. I believe there are algorithms. And do I believe that Michael J. Holston, Inner Circle Trader, is aware of one of them? Not really, no.
Can I ask how to set up those indicators, the ones you have up to the right?
The algos definitely do not use volume profile, Nick. You are right. Oh, that tweet's so funny.
Everyone tweeting that the volume profile doesn't work is amazing.
How much drawdown? I don't believe there is any amount of drawdown on the account for NinjaTrader, is there?
Wait, what?
Someone said, I will participate in the NinjaTrader Arena Cup for silver, and max contracts is 5. How much drawdown on the 25K account? I don't think there's actually any drawdown on there, is there?
Like you're done trading it?
Yeah, like you blew up.
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, obviously you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I mean, if you find a way to make 25K using micros for the day, then fair.
XY would have hit it there if he was. I mean, I don't know. XY is sleeping. He wouldn't do anything. I think he would just be sleeping.
XY would have bought it where the real was. That's like a maybe sold it into there. It's a 10K account on Monday. Interesting.
You don't need volume to move markets. Yeah. Nobody has to do anything for the market to move. It just goes based on the prior candle.
I blow at the charts and the chart goes up.
There's a meme out there.
I said the worst thing on my stream today. It was horrific, actually. I had to stop the recording and restart it. It was just like the worst out of context thing, and my chat just blew up.
Your chat?
Yeah, yeah.
Huh.
Wasn't our chat.
There's a cell right there.
They're chewing through it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if this is just like end of day squeeze going to run to this target, or if we're going to
liquidate in the next 18 minutes.
Back into this, the bulk of the volume down here.
I mean, it's in the middle of two.
I would short it.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not afraid to short into this little afternoon pullback here, but the not a high quality play.
Nah, you also just made a bunch of money. Why'd we give it back like that, eh?
I don't. I trade when there's opportunity.
Think I'd short ES over NQ, NQ acting better. Let's have a look at ES. Yeah, I mean, ES can't even get above this previous high. It's like not even anywhere near it. It's probably what's holding you down. What do I recommend for scaling fund accounts both horizontally and vertically? So horizontally is sadly just a money thing, right? You actually have to buy more accounts. And vertically is like it's baby steps, right? Like passing one, getting one payout, buying two, getting two payouts, buying three, etc., etc., etc. It sounds really cliche, but like people that take it slower, typically just have better results because they're not chasing the money. They're waiting for the setups. They're taking the hits, doing whatever. Okay, you meant like how you approach it, like risk management. Essentially, the risk management on one account versus 20 accounts or 50 accounts is actually just the same, isn't it? It's just you're basically just trying to duplicate the same thing. So the reality is like Salma says, when you make smaller amounts of money on more accounts, you're actually making more money, or the same. So you can afford to be in the market less. And I just see a common theme. The people that are in the market the least make the most money on the prop. It's all well and good chasing the, 100K P&L on your screen, but I wouldn't do that if I was a lot of you. I would just try and stack those days up. Like my funded next accounts are up to like 23K profit now. And at the start, I was going for 1K like pace hit days. And then at some point, I was like, okay, I've got buffer. Well, now let's do 2K. And then the last few days, I've done 3K days. So, you know, and on 6 accounts, that obviously is a lot of money. I just don't think $1,000 is enough for a personal account, in my personal opinion. I'm going to be honest. Doesn't Lanto hold trades all day? Is it in the markets the most? Yeah.
Those are live accounts, though.
Yeah.
No rules.
All my answers were prop related, right? What's my favorite car? My favorite car, and I'm currently toying with buying one, is a McLaren 765 LT. Hello, Maximilian.
Oh, what's up, Max? Damn, I want
My favorite car is the Audi RSQ3. I wonder why. Do it, just do it. I actually need to know if I fit in one first. Right, thank you. I guess to clarify, I meant specifics, numbers. Like, do you recommend risking? I don't recommend anything, right? Yeah, my windshield on my Audi is currently broken. Yeah. Um, I don't recommend you do anything. I think the reality is what works for you. Peter Brand is now also dissing volume profile, and that guy's dinosaur.
I mean, I want less people to use it.
Same makes the edge sharper, right? I guess they're gonna squeeze it into the close. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a better on anything right now, and the God's honest truth. It looks very bullish. Peter's never seen a cloud he didn't want to yell at. That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
That is A plus. There's a lot of interesting characters in the Twitter space.
They just need to make supercars for tall people.
You're gonna hear yourself again, Kane, pretty soon.
Say that again.
It's algo time.
Oh yeah. Do I use any copiers for my prop accounts? Tradeovate groups mainly. Across prop, I use trade copier. But again, I only use Tradeovate, so McLaren GT. I think you have to do the whole process with prop if you have $1,000 spare, in my opinion, and you just start with one account and you start small, like a 50K. How much is the Lucid 50K right now, Leo? Do you remember? We spoke about it earlier.
80?
There you go. It's like
80.
$80.
Yeah, somewhere
There you
around
go. There you go. It's pretty good value for money.
Putting me on the spot like I know something.
No, we spoke about it earlier, so I just remembered. Yeah, exactly. You won't feel rushed. One-time fee.
Yeah.
They pay super fast, like more or less instant. So like, you need to be able to look at all of the factors around that, as well as just it's just going for the cheapest. I mean, the cheapest is not always necessarily the best. However, obviously, some people are really price sensitive, and it makes sense to just compromise on the cheapest. But like, you
Attention
want.
traders, it's algo time.
Oh, that voice is sexy, man. Jeez. Um. So yeah. So personally, I would just say like, as I spoke about this on a podcast that we did on Paying the Tape. It's like you don't just want to be able to buy the cheapest. You want to buy the ones that are like going to pay you on time, pay you quickly. Because it's all well and good working 2 weeks to get a couple of $1,000 or um, whatever, and then not get you're going to wait a week to get it paid. Because then you're like, oh, I could have. You'll come up with all these reasons to why it can mess with your mental. Oh, I would have taken this trade. I'd have been up 10 grand now. I actually don't know if you can, where you can or can't use Lucid from, but I can tell you where it does. Prop Compare. There is a comparison website that I built that allows you to just check on the countries that you can trade from. Most of them, most props are allow you to trade. So anywhere the CME allows you to trade. But this is the current. I mean, this might not be 100% up to date, but this is the current list of places, countries you can't trade from with Lucid. So there you go. If you're in one of these countries, you can't trade there. My Fund Futures is also good. Profile compares goated. Yeah, lots of changes coming to it in the new year. It's good changes as well. Would you trade the Lucid 50K's 2% risk? I personally think you have to start slow, especially if it's a funded account that you can't afford to lose, right? It sounds silly, but like I obviously give advice that I don't necessarily follow, but my situation is also very different to a lot of people, right? So, I'm giving you advice that I know works, but also at the same time, I can also just take more risk. And if I have a bad run, then I can buy them knowing that my good run's around the corner. You've been running the 25K Lucids? Yeah? Good. Any advice going on tilt mode? It's going to sound really horrible, and I'm sure you're expecting a really good answer here, but just don't.
Have you ever just tried not tilting?
Yeah. But like, there's no, that, like, listen, we've all been there, we've all done it. Well, what's the solution here?
The
Don't do
solution
it.
is turn off your computer and do something else.
Yeah, you have to be able to do something else, like, and take yourself away
Simple.
from it. Like, I can tell you now, when I first started out, I would have sat here, credit card in hand, like bang, like boom, 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 boom. And like before you know it, you're just like, wow, what have I done? Like exactly. Go gym, go get coffee, go see your friends.
Do something else.
What about Top Stepper Hex? You guys love baiting me into this shit, don't you?
Wow!
You love baiting me into this.
Really?
They love it. They absolutely love doing
They
this.
do.
They love it. Yeah, it's trash. Don't use it. My personal brokerage, and I obviously trade with an trader. There's just no other answer to that. Sam, we're not going to get into this, bro. I'm sorry, but we're just not doing it. We've done it so many times, and it's become like this bait at this point. It's like a fish hook.
Man, ES is
Oh
ES
yeah,
looking spicy.
they're gonna really sell it into the low, aren't they? At the close.
I mean, it's not often we close at the lows, but we're 5 minutes out, and ES is 4 points away.
While we still trading, Leo caught longs. I paper handed longs, and yeah, Lando's gonna win. Don't worry about it. Lando Norris is gonna win.
Is that a racer?
That's the Formula One driver, yeah.
Any updates? We never talked about your setup because you were going to get a simulated setup.
Yeah, so I found a company here that build them and install them. So I think we're gonna do that. Gonna
What's the
get
rate?
one. The rate to buy the setup I want.
Like the setup, like without the gear, but just like the. Oh man, they're
So
really wanting me to buy this. Fuck.
bro, it's 5 minutes
I would have
before the
bought that
close.
in an
I would just,
instant.
yeah, I would just
No,
chill.
okay. Like there's good trades. Um,
Yeah, that was
especially
20.
when we're
It
at
was 20 points, I
extremes.
guess. Yeah.
Especially when we're at extremes. Um, I'm not gonna do anything. Um, yeah. So what's the? Did you get like a quote budget something?
So they do custom ones, but they have like set prices for like set things. Obviously, certain things vary. Um, but the like I want triple monitor. Um,
A what?
a triple monitor setup, F1 seating
Oh, okay.
position,
Yeah.
um, like active pedals. So like they're probably the most expensive. They're the active pedals, and um, and then yeah, like the wheel is kind of whatever. But there's an Asher Racing one that I like, and then obviously a PC that goes with it because I trade on Mac, so I need a PC. So um, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Price is like 30K installed. It's like proper racing setup. Yeah, me and Max go to like a racing calf near us. It's cool. 30K for a fake car. FYI, you can buy the real car for that money. I know. I know. I'm aware.
Can you buy a F1 car for 30K?
If you can, let me know.
Yeah.
I think
That'd
you
be
might be short like, I
sick.
don't know, like 11, 12, 13 million and some change. 30K. Yeah. Could buy a track car for 30K. I can't die in my sim, boys and girls. You might not be able to peel me out of it, but I won't die in it, you know? So, but it's more of a hobby than I don't want to spend weekends going to race a track car, you know? So, exactly. I can race 24-hour Le Mans with my friends online in a sim. I can't, me and my friends are not good enough to go race 24-hour Le Mans.
That's a long time. They race for 24 hours nonstop.
Yeah, so normally six drivers,
Like they
6 to 8.
don't sleep.
No,
Oh,
6 to 8
okay, okay,
drivers,
okay.
and then they swap every 3 hours ish.
See,
You know,
shows how
depending.
much I know about F1.
It's not actually F1. That's just 24-hour Le Mans. That's like
Oh,
that's
geez.
like GT3. Yeah,
There's so
or
much to
touring.
this.
Yeah, there's so many different races, but F1 they don't race 24 hours. I mean, that race is longest like 70-ish laps, an hour and 48 minutes ish.
Do we get any more likes besides the 100 that we had earlier? Do people just don't like us on stream?
I
Is
would
that what the
like
deal
at
is?
least 18 likes to get us up to 250, but that would be nice.
Yeah. Something more than 100.
Funny enough, your Fnatic stuff is actually on eBay now. I'm sure it's like a thing that I will, I'll do it and I'll get bored of it in a couple of years. I'm sure of that. But right now, it's something I really enjoy.
When you get tired of it, I'll take over.
No,
I'll take your
I'll
rig.
ship it to you. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll buy it at a discount. You're buying it at a premium.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'll buy the top, you'll buy the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, luckily for me, Sean, I just have the space. Like, I'm just going to move one of the desks behind me over here, one of the desks over there, and I'm going to put the racing sim there and move this desk ever so slightly back. Well, we got 100-point range today.
Hey, that was 10 times better than what we got on Tuesday when I was on with Farm. We had like 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, high to low, we got 130 points to play around with, and
Yeah.
I caught the zero of it. I actually
I
lost
got about 120 of it.
Yeah, good. I paid you, basically.
Thank you.
Thanks. You're welcome.
What is the order flow you were using? That's a loaded question. Hit me up on Twitter. Maybe I can maybe I can answer that. I don't want to bore the chat. Closing right at the top of the edge of this distribution. That's an interesting little area to look at.
Sideways for now, maybe.
All right. Well, another successful trade the close with Leo and Kane.
The best duo on Ninja Trade Live.
The best duo on Ninja Trader Live. No questions about that. It's been voted. Everyone knows that's the fact. And we will be back when? You will be back.
I won't be back until the 20th. Well, I will be back here on the 27th of November. So I think that's a Thursday. So maybe we'll squeeze a stream in. It's 2 weeks today.
Have you ever heard of Thanksgiving, Kane?
Is that on the 27th?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm landing on Thanksgiving. So Thanksgiving is Thursday. Well, is it shut Thursday, Friday?
I would assume so. I haven't.
Oh, so I'll be back in December. You guys won't see me for the rest of the month. So have a good month. Have a good Thanksgiving.
Have a good month. Have a good trip, Kane.
No, I will. Yeah. There is probably internet in paradise, but I don't plan to stream. I didn't pay all that money to be attached to my PC. So yeah, you'll see me like next week is a no week, like I'm not here, and then I'll be back, and then it's Thanksgiving, and then I'll be back in December. So I'll see you guys on the 3rd.
All right, sounds good. We'll wrap it up here. Thanks for watching Ninja Trader Live. Chat, you guys have a great day. I will be back Monday for the Arena Cup Challenge, and don't forget to tune in tomorrow with Pax and the rest of the crew.
Appreciate you, brother, as always. Chat, thank you. Production, round of applause for you. As always, stellar job.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.